There were many people in the hall of the pill tower. Qin Xiang glanced at the hall inside the pill tower, then asked H.I. plus speeded his gaze to the crowd outside, searching for the source of the familiar smell. There were many people in the hall of the pill tower. Qin Xiang glanced at the hall inside the pill tower, then SHI plus speeded his gaze to the crowd outside, searching for the source of the familiar smell. Very quickly, he saw a middle-aged man in simple clothes. Although Li Baojun was much younger, Qin Xiang could still recognize the outline of his face. Li Baojun saw a young man with average looks walking towards him and immediately frowned, because the person in front of him did not look like Qin Xiang, and there were no signs of him changing his appearance. From the aura of the innate qi, Li Baojun could tell that he was a warrior of the extreme realm. "It's me." Qin Xiang smiled at Li Baojun. Li Baojun was startled. He was still curious why such a person would approach him. He did not expect that it was actually Qin Xiang. "Senior, let's talk somewhere else." Qin Xiang whispered to Li Baojun. Li Baojun anxiously nodded his head. He was already excited, because he would be able to see the longevity fruit very soon. Inside the pill tower, there were many old Danking waiting for the longevity fruit to appear, but he did not know that the person who had the longevity fruit was Qin Xiang, who was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Let's go." Li Baojun patted Qin Xiang's shoulder. He wanted to quickly go to a convenient place to talk and take a look at the longevity fruit. Qin Xiang brought Li Baojun back to the small house, entered the secret room, and then changed back to his own appearance. This shocked Li Baojun. "Did you eat some pill that could change your appearance?" "This is too amazing. What kind of pill is this?" It was said that these transfiguration pills were of the lower grade heaven level. Not only could they change one's appearance, they could also change one's size. "Farewell," Li Baojun said. "It's a disguise. I can only change my face. I was lucky enough to get my hands on one." Qin Xiang laughed. Li Baojun nodded. "Oh, so it's dissemination. This is a high-grade ground-level pellet. The medicinal strength will last for 3 years. Within 3 years, it will be able to activate the medicinal strength, causing the muscles on the face to change, thus achieving the effect of changing one's appearance." Li Baojun had indeed received Li Tianjuan's inheritance, and with such a deep understanding of medicinal pellets, many alchemists had never heard of these pellets before. "Senior, you must have eaten the beauty dan, right?" "Of course. Originally, I didn't want to eat it either, but I had no choice. Boy, let my portrait be pasted all over the world." Li Baojun laughed helplessly. "All right. Just say it directly if you have something to say, right?" Just as Li Baojun finished speaking, he asked again, "You really have that longevity fruit?" Qin Xiang laughed. "I really do. I just want to ask for Senior's help. As long as I'm done, I can give you the longevity fruit." Li Baojun quickly said, "What is it?" "Let alone one. Even 10 or 100 would not be a problem." Qin Xiang suddenly wanted Li Baojun to help him out by 100, but he felt that it was not very good. Originally, he had only planned to let Li Baojun help out, but now he wanted Li Baojun to stay in his dragon subduing school. This matter might delay Senior 1 to 2 years. Li Baojun waved his hand and said, "Forget about 1 or 2 years. 1 or 2,000 years wouldn't be a problem. With a thing like the longevity fruit, what kind of time are you arguing with me about?" Qin Xiang laughed. "That's right. I only wanted Senior to temporarily become my sect's Dan King, because I want to join that 3 realms talk. If my sect has 2 rankers with Strength Serpa, Sing Nirvana stage, and 1 Dan King, I can find someone to recommend them to us. As long as the 3 realms talk is here, we will consider our cooperation as complete." "Senior, you should have said through the 9 Nirvana tribulations, right?" Li Baojun replied without thinking. "Of course I said through the 9 Nirvana tribulations. Is that all you want me to do? And then you gave me the longevity fruit? This is too simple." "I'm just helping me temporarily." "Let's not talk about the temporary period. How long will it be all right for us to hang on for? Right after you were expelled from Super Martial School. What sect did you join? There's actually a sect that dares to take you in. This sect must be amazing. Why is there a lack of Dan King-S? Only now did Li Baojun start to have doubts. How could he not know about what Qin Xiang had done? Qin Xiang coughed dryly and said, "It's called Dragon Subduing School." Dragon Subduing School? Wasn't he planning to fight against the dragon? It is indeed a little sect who is leader. Take me to see him. Li Baojun nodded. Leader? Leader is me? I was the one who created this Dragon Subduing School. There are not enough manpower right now. The sect gate is not decided. The property is temporarily gone, but it will be better in the future. Qin Xiang said in Imbara. Meant. The corner of Li Baojun's eyes twitched. What kind of sect is this? But come to think of it, I want to try and see what it's like to establish a sect with my own hands. You want to partic? 1. P8 in the Three Realms talk? Could he be here to cause trouble? Qin Xiang laughed. Of course not. I have the green dragon, demon-slain broadsword. I feel that I cannot be absent. He took out a black fruit and handed it over to Li Baojun, causing him to stare at it blankly. Although the fruit was gray, he recognized that it was the longevity fruit. Li Baojun was not stupid. He had already considered joining Qin Xiang. Previously, when Qin Xiang used the name Li Renshan to impersonate Li Tianjuan's successor, he was extremely furious. However, after knowing that it was Qin Xiang and even the precious heaven level S and elixirs, he guessed that Qin Xiang must have had some sort of fortuitous encounter and obtained the medicine garden left behind by a great figure. Right now, Qin Xiang also had a longevity fruit, so this kind of thing was rare even in the heaven realm. If he could use the longevity fruit to refine the longevity pill, he might be a young Dan immortal. Let me say this first. I am just a pill refiner. I don't know how to fight. I don't know how to be a helper. But I can guarantee that your henchmen will have enough pills. So when you're with me, don't make any trouble. Li Baojun said as he put away the longevity fruit. For Qin Xiang to give the longevity fruit to him so quickly meant that she had absolute trust in him. Qin Xiang nodded his head repeatedly. Don't worry, Dan King is very important to a sect. I definitely won't do something as foolish as this. Oh, right, elderly, do you have a better place for us to rest for the time being? It's in a small mountain outside the city. Follow me, said. He had obtained a celestial fruit, and now, even if Qin Xiang wanted him to be his helper, he was very willing. Qin Xiang never thought that a longevity fruit could recruit a very powerful Dan King. He was also very happy because he still had the longevity fruit, and if he had the time in the future, he could find several more. Li Baojun led the way and brought Qin Xiang out of Pill City through the north gate. Just as they left the city, Qin Xiang discovered that there were a few experts with similar strengths coming over. All of them were from the Pill City. Li Baojun also noticed that he looked at Qin Xiang, who quickly spread out his hands and said, I hid my abilities very well. This has nothing to do with me. Leader, if these people want to kill us for our goods, how about we kill them right here? Li Baojun asked. Qin Xiang's face revealed a smile and said, Elderly, don't be polite with me, just do as you wish. Li Baojun and Qin Xiang also stopped walking and waited for the people who were following them out of the city. Li Baojun and Qin Xiang also stopped walking and waited for the people who were following them out of the city. Qin Xiang was only very curious why these people were targeting them. After he obtained the Tsaomu Heavenly Dan, it was able to merge with nature. Even Ji Meixian's spirit sense could not sense him, and the human-searching immortal equipment that Zhao Yiprofound took from the heaven realm was also ineffective. The person who came was very strong, causing Qin Xiang to feel uneasy. Furthermore, from the qi, he could tell that they were immortals from ancient powers who could pass through the 9 nirvana tribulations. Elderly, can you withstand it? Qin Xiang asked in a low voice. No problem. As an elder, how can I not have the strength? Li Baojun was extremely confident. He, who had obtained the longevity fruit, was so happy that he wanted to hit others. There were 5 people here. Chen Xiang only saw a few figures jump out from the city gate and then surround them. The 5 of them were all elderly men. Although their heads were full of white hair, there were no wrinkles on their faces. They had taken great care of themselves. The 5 elderly men surrounded Qin Xiang and his group in the middle, looking at Qin Xiang and Li Baojun with an unfriendly gaze. Li Baojun looked at a gray-robed elder and laughed coldly. "So it's you. I never thought that I would actually see the wrong person." Qin Xiang immediately understood that it wasn't because he was recognized, but because Li Baojun had been betrayed by a friend of his. "The longevity fruit is in your hands." Although the gray-robed elder had sold Li Baojun out, he did not reveal any sign of guilt. "That's right, the longevity fruit is in my hands. If you have the guts, come and take it." Although Li Baojun's face was rarely seen with tranquility, he was furious in his heart. He never thought that he would actually be blind enough to befriend such a person. On the picture of Chen Xiang's bounty, Li Baojun was an old man, now that he had turned middle-aged. It meant that he had consumed a lot of beauty dan, which made the other 5 old men jealous, because they also wanted to regain their youthful appearance. It was just that they did not have enough beauty dan. Elderly, other than this guy, the other 4 old turtles are all from Feng clan. Qin Xiang's voice was loud, purposely provoking these people. Li Baojun laughed coldly. "I had long heard that these ancient powers were all bandits and traitors. I didn't expect it to be like this. I didn't expect that you would dare to steal from me today. Li Baojun, hand over the longevity fruit and cut off that brat's head, and we'll let you go." An old man from the Feng clan said indifferently. His expression was as if he was the God of heaven. Qin Xiang could feel Li Baojun's anger. He, who had a powerful soul, could now see Li Baojun's strength with his divine sense. So he was not afraid at all, because Li Baojun's strength was stronger than he had imagined. More importantly, Li Baojun's body contained a very strange flame power. "Old turtle, kneel down and kowtow to me. I can spare your life." Li Baojun shouted in anger. "Humph! Don't think that being able to refine 2 batches of heaven-level pills is unrivaled in the world. Since you refuse a toast and eat a forfeit, don't blame me for this." The old man from Feng clan sneered. He opened his palm into a wolf claw that grabbed towards Li Baojun, causing the air to tremble. The power of this grab was terrifying, and even the ground was shaking. "Is there even any reason for us to steal something from him? Feng clan, you all better remember this. I, Li Baojun, will trample all over your Feng clan sooner or later." His voice spread throughout Dan City, and a fan appeared in his hand. The fan was not simple. The place where he grabbed it looked like fiery red crystals, and the leaves were scattered with red scales. Although the red phosphorus was small, it emitted a very terrifying pressure. "Old turtle, go to HLL." Li Baojun now understood why Qin Xiang would always provoke these ancient powers, because these ancient powers would go overboard. Li Baojun viciously waved his hand, and the temperature of the world suddenly rose sharply. The area within 10 kilometers became shrouded in a wave of terrifying heat, causing people to feel as if they were nearing the terrifying domain of fire. After Li Baojun fanned it, flames burst out from the fan, and unexpectedly turned out to be a fire unicorn the size of a bull. When the fire unicorn appeared, the Feng clan ranker's wolf claws had already dug into the fire unicorn. "Ah!" The Feng clan ranker cried out in pain. His entire arm was burnt, while the fire unicorn flew out, transforming into a red light that engulfed the Feng clan old man. In just an instant, that overweeningly proud Feng clan ranker had turned into ashes. Qin Xiang, who was standing beside Li Baojun, could even feel the terror of that fan. Li Baojun looked at the other 4 old men whose faces were filled with fear and greed and sneered. "Are you guys trying to steal my fan? Haha! You all don't have the chance anymore. Go and accompany that old turtle just now." Li Baojun waved his fan, and the few elders immediately ran away. But the fire unicorn that ran out from the fan was extremely powerful, locking onto the 4 elders and chasing after them with the fastest speed possible. In the blink of an eye, the 4 elders were submerged by the fire unicorn and turned into white ashes. Every time he killed a person, the fire unicorn that was created would disappear. Chun Xiang could feel that the fire unicorn that was formed from the terrifying flames had returned back into the fan. Chun Xiang secretly cursed in his heart. Previously, he said that he was only a pill refiner and did not know how to fight. This is a Kylan fan. He is very famous in the Heaven Realm. I never thought it would be in his hands. This is a holy level. Bai Yu said. Chun Xiang guessed that this must have been left behind for him by Li Tianjun. He dragged Li Baojun and stepped on the shrinking step, quickly leaving the pill city. Is this the legendary shrinking step? Kid, how did you learn it? Li Baojun was shocked by Chun Xiang's footwork. I learned it by coincidence. Right? You and the Kylan fan, right? Chun Xiang asked as they arrived beside a large river. Li Baojun immediately put away the Kylan fan and laughed. This broken fan is only used to fan the furnace when I am refining pills. It cannot be compared with your green dragon, demon-slain broadsword. If those dead old guys knew that you called this thing a lousy fan, I wonder what they would have thought. Chun Xiang curled his lips and said, Dead people have no feelings. No wonder you want to go against those fellows with your life on the line. You are indeed an infuriating bunch of B-A-S-T-A-R-D-S. If you have something like the green dragon, demon-slain broadsword, or the heaven-earth killing method, you can imagine. Li Baojun sighed. Chun Xiang shrugged his shoulders. I'm already used to it. Back then, Chun Xiang had killed 100 strong warriors in Pill City overnight. Now that his Tai had been exposed, there were many ancient powers with reason to chase after him. Elderly, there aren't many people who know you, right? Chun Xiang asked. Not much. Even if I return to Pill City now, there won't be any problems. Li Tianjun was not worried about this problem at all. That's good. You'd better think of a way to get a large pill shop in Pill City. I'll go find some large mines now, and we'll act separately. Chun Xiang said he wanted to quickly settle this matter and invite the White Tiger out. Li Baojun was a little surprised to hear that Chun Xiang was going to look for a large-scale mine. Li Baojun was a little surprised to hear that Chun Xiang was going to look for a large-scale mine. That's not easy to find, right? Many large sects might even search for 1 or 2 years. Li Baojun said, Large-scale pill shop is no problem. How can large-scale mines be so easy to find? Chun Xiang had told him before that the 3 realms talk would begin in a year. Don't worry, it won't be difficult for me. He had imperial crystal, so it was obviously not difficult. Moreover, with the 10th Heaven's reconstruction, he was confident that he would be able to find them within a year. I will go to the Pill City to get a pill shop now. With my strength, I should be fine. Chun Xiang was very confident with Li Baojun. He was not afraid that Li Baojun would run away with the longevity fruit. So he bid farewell to Li Baojun and ran in the direction of the Earth's core fire realm. The area that Earth's core fire realm covered was very wide. The Earth was always burning. It was caused by the eruption of the Earth's core. He had been to the Earth's core before, and knew that the stones in the Earth's core were not simple. So he felt that he could try his luck near the Earth's core fire realm. The Earth's core fire realm was very close to the Pill City. If it was nighttime, as long as they were at a high place in the Pill City, they would be able to see the light of the Earth's core fire realm's fire. There was a large forest near the Earth's core fire realm. Last time, Chun Xiang killed the 5 sons of Wolf King here, and after he came here, he took out the imperial crystal and wandered around randomly, expanding the scope of the imperial crystal. Right now, he wanted to create a sect, not just for Partik. 1. P. Aiding in 3 realms talk S. This was the 10th heaven, and there might be a day when he could make a comeback. He would be able to build a solid foundation here, and by the end of the day there would be many benefits, not to mention that he was at odds with many ancient powers. There were no powerful forces, and it would be hard for him to fight them all by himself, unless he had the power of the 10 Heavens Supreme Lord to destroy the heavens with a lift of his hand. Chen Xiang did not enter the Earth's core fire realm to search for it. Even if he had found a vein deep within the Earth's core fire realm, it would not be easy to mine it. He had circled around the mountains outside of the Earth's core fire realm to search for the mines. He felt that this was better than aimlessly searching for the mines. After several days, he did not have any harvest at all. He had met many families that specialized in finding mines in these mountains. These families all specialized in finding mines, and they had a lot of experience. Chen Xiang also understood that these families had indeed found a few medium-sized mines. They did not want these small and medium-sized mines, and they sold them to some small and medium-sized sections. Seems like there really are a lot of mineral resources around Earth's core fire realm. Chen Xiang held onto the imperial crystal and stood at the top of a tall mountain. Although he did not obtain anything, he was still very calm and collected, as he knew that it was not the first or second day searching for a large-scale mine, and he did not have the vast knowledge of the prospectors, but he did have the imperial crystal, so as long as they were near the vein, he could feel them. Someone is coming. It seems to be that group of prospectors again. Chen Xiang immediately turned into a rock and hid himself. 5 of them had the highest status, and the middle-aged men who had followed them should have been there to protect them, as well as to learn their mining skills. Uncle, the Xia clan has found another medium-grade vein, but we only found a few smaller ones. They are much weaker than us. What are we doing in a land of great desolation like this? There are no mines in this kind of terrain. A middle-aged man said in a low voice to the old man leading the group. The old man laughed coldly. What do you know? Those few exploration families have sent out those old fellows, and they're still looking for the emperor in the mines? There are so many small and medium-sized mines around here, and they're not formed naturally, but are affected by external forces. What? The emperor of the mine? A middle-aged man was extremely surprised. He looked at the serious expressions on their faces and immediately understood why the clan had invited these few old fellows out. This is real. Moreover, we have confirmed where the super great mine is, but it is a dangerous place. The mine emperor has comprehended the natural way and used the power he has to draw out a super great formation under the earth. There is only death in there. Therefore, we prospectors found many small and medium-sized mines to destroy that formation, but it was to no avail. Chen Xiang was stunned. For the past few days he had been eavesdropping on the conversations of these families. He only knew that many of the smaller and smaller mines were being discovered nearby the Earth's core fire realm, but he had not heard anything about these supermines. That dangerous place. Could it be the Earth's core fire realm? The middle-aged man cried out in shock. Chen Xiang also thought so. The center of Earth's core fire realm was really a place of great danger. He felt that it was necessary to investigate. It's not the Earth's core fire realm. But we believe that if we want to enter the heart of the supermine, we have to go through the center of the Earth's core fire realm. Uncle, who is so powerful as to penetrate Earth's core fire realm? The middle-aged man sucked in a breath of cold air. No matter who it is, he will definitely die. Therefore, this method will not work. We can only choose to break through the formation, but our chances are slim. Chen Xiang was secretly happy. He had the profound wood diamond armor. Maybe he could go through the Pa-S, sage below the Earth's core fire realm, to take a look at the supermine. Where is the supermine vein? The middle-aged man asked again, which was what Chen Xiang wanted to ask. 1,000 miles east of Pill City. The name of a dangerous place immediately surfaced in Chen Xiang's mind. Evil Dragon Graveyard. The middle-aged man exclaimed. Chen Xiang also did not expect that the supermine would actually be at that D.M.Ned place. It was indeed a ghastly place, devoid of any resources. There was a large piece of broken bones of strange beasts outside, and the surroundings were deathly still. The interior was shrouded in a thick fog all year round. It was hard to imagine that it was a supermine. A while ago, a few immortals joined hands to throw a few giant mountains in, but after touching that formation, they all disappeared without a trace. They even jointly attacked the dragon head formed by the black mist in the air. In the end, they infuriated the formation, so none of these old fellows came back. In the past, it could fly over evil dragon graveyard, but now it can't. The fire region and the evil dragon graveyard were 3,000 kilometers apart, but these people were searching for a way to break the formation. This was one way out. Could it be that we can go to the evil dragon graveyard from the Earth's core? I wonder what the heart of that supermine will be like. We must go and take a look. After this group of people left, Chen Xiang immediately headed to the fire region. Chen Xiang stepped on a shrinking step, and in only 3 days he arrived at the area covered in white flames. The last time he was here, he had spent a lot of time. Chen Xiang stepped on the shrinking step, and in only 3 days he arrived at the area covered in white flames. The last time he was here, he had spent a lot of time. Previously, when he was undergoing his tribulation here, he killed a few important old fellows and caused the death of a Dan king. Thus, he guessed that the white-colored fire domain's next level would be the golden fire domain. He had cultivated until his immortal devil body had reached large success, so entering the golden fire domain wouldn't be too difficult for him. Right now, he was only relying on his body's defensive power. He did not use the profound wood diamond armor S. With shrinking step, he traversed the white domain of fire within 2 hours and arrived at an area that was fiercely burning with golden fire. The temperature here was more than 100 times hotter than the white domain from before. Someone had done an Earth's core fire realm survey and discovered that the Earth's core fire realms area was very large, equivalent to more than 2 continents of the King S. Luckily, this fiery domain appeared at the side of continent of the King. Otherwise, the entire continent of the King would have been destroyed. Even so, the continent of the King still suffered heavy losses. This Earth's core fire realm was circular, and different colored flames revolved around it. Outside, the low-level flames occupied the most land, while the center occupied the least land, but the temperature was the highest. Chen Xiang had already arrived at the region of the golden fire domain, and the immortal could endure it. He estimated the distance he had traveled and guessed his position, discovering that he still had a long way to go before reaching the center. The golden flames here were already so terrifying. Moreover, he felt that there were several layers behind them. That kind of flame was like black and red blood, and when it came to this place, his skin would even burn painfully. He immediately released his profound wood diamond armor to defend, and if he was any slower, he might have been burned to death. What a terrifying black flame! Su Meiyao exclaimed. Chen Xiang continued to walk and found out that the flames in this area were black. Previously, it was because he was near the region of the golden fire region that made his beard red. Could it be that the core of the earth is the strongest source of power for Ditan? This black flame can easily burn those little immortals to death. Long Xue's voice carried a trace of fear. Her consciousness did not even dare to run around, as if she would be burnt the moment she went out. Although he was in a very hot place, Chen Xiang felt a chill down his spine. Within the black fiery domain, he couldn't even see his 5 fingers in front of him. What's the next fire domain? Chen Xiang felt that even if he had profound wood diamond armor S, he wouldn't dare to stay here for too long. Otherwise, his mind would collapse from that invisible pressure. The flames in the depths of Earth's core fire realm could actually attack the mind. Chen Xiang knew that the current core of the Earth was completely different from the one he had gone to before. The core of the Earth now was the complete core of the Earth. It was very possible that the power that allowed Di Tian to reconstruct and be reborn came from the Earth's core. I can actually feel the heat now, from the soul or from the flesh. Could it be that even profound with diamond armor are unable to withstand this flame? Chen Xiang exclaimed in his heart. The three women inside the ring didn't dare to use their soul consciousness now, otherwise they would be attacked. Chen Xiang's soul was currently very strong. Previously, when he was still trying to shake off the influence of the illusion array in the Lion Mountain, he was actually under attack here. In his sea of consciousness, his soul shone with a golden light, resisting the incoming flame power as made him feel better, and he could continue forward. Since he was already here, he definitely couldn't give up halfway. He wanted to seize the super mineral vein earlier. Chen Xiang knew that all of the mining clans worked hard for those ancient powers. If those large powers obtained them, it would be very disadvantageous to him in the future. If it really is a super large mine, as long as I have this one, I can match up to 10 or even 100 of them. Chen Xiang gritted his teeth as he stepped on his shrinking step and advanced quickly. After a difficult day, he finally said through the black fiery domain and arrived at an even more terrifying fiery domain. This is the 5 elements heavenly fire. Long Shui said in shock. Even though you can create the 5 elements flame, it's just an ordinary flame. It's very different from sky fire. Chen Xiang was now standing in the middle of a fiery domain composed of green, white, red, yellow, and black flames. If this continues, I'm guessing that it will be the 7-colored heavenly fire. The one behind the 7-colored heavenly fire is definitely the heaven and earth sacred flame, and the one behind the heaven and earth sacred flame is probably the chaos flame. If this continues, the profound Wu diamond armor will not be able to hold on. Currently, only Long Shui was able to communicate with him. As long as Su Meiyao and his consciousness left the serene jade ring, it would instantly burn. I've painstakingly made it here, but I still haven't reached the center. Chen Xiang's body was very warm, causing him great discomfort. According to what you said, I'm afraid that the chaos fire isn't the end. When Long Shui said the names of all those flames, it was because of the inherited memories. She didn't know that much in the past. So what's the end? What other flame is more powerful than the primal chaos fire? Chen Xiang took one step at a time. He did not dare use shrinking step now. If he suddenly went to the terrifying place in front of him, he was dead for sure. I don't know, but there's one more layer. Long Shui said, It looks like you won't be able to get there. Rainbow heaven fire is your limit. After a few days, Chen Xiang finally arrived at the next fire domain. It was indeed a 7-colored heavenly fire, the colors of the fire interweaving together, giving Chen Xiang a dazzling, burning pain all over his body. Isn't profound wood diamond armor divine armor? Why is it so weak? Chen Xiang said with his voice, It's true that it's a divine armor, but that depends on who uses it. Your current strength cannot be displayed. Long Shui said. Chen Xiang looked at the ground and realized that the ground was the most powerful one to actually be able to endure this kind of incineration. Long Shui had also said before, these stiff floors were all melted, then mutated after being tempered by the flames before solidifying. After walking for a long time, Chen Xiang suddenly felt that his vision blurred. In front of him, there was actually a lake. The water was multicolored and emitted a gentle, multicolored light. The colorful heaven fire realm did not have any flames, only endless multicolored light. But that was its most terrifying firepower. How beautiful! I really want to jump in and cool off. Chen Xiang stood by the side of the rainbow lake. Although he said it like this, he knew that these water-like things all spouted out from the center of the earth. This was equivalent to the density of spiritual energy turning into water. Maybe by infiltrating into the core of the earth and then entering the bottom of the evil dragon graveyard. It is possible that the evil dragon graveyard's super mineral vein is formed by absorbing the energy of the core of the earth. Maybe there will be a natural sage. Long Shui said, Down, Chen Xiang S.H.I plus Vered. He was about to die from the heat, and if he continued standing at the side, he might even burn all his hair. Down, Chinseong S. H.I. plus Vered. He was about to die from the heat, and if he continued standing at the side, he might even burn all his hair. Right now, his entire body was wrapped in profound Wu diamond armor S. The S. H.I. plus Ning golden armor looked dim in the colorful heaven fire realm, but his defense was still very strong. If the strongest flame was inside, could it be that this place is the center of Ditian and is very close to here? Chunseong was suspicious. Legend has it that the super old sacred land was near the center. Not necessarily. The center is very difficult to determine. Moreover, Ditian has just reorganized himself, so the change is huge. Long Shui said, "Jump down, it might be painful in the beginning, but if you find a path down there, you can quickly head to evil Dragon Graveyard." Chun Xiang gritted his teeth as he screamed and jumped into the Rainbow Lake. The moment he fell into the lake, the terrifying fire energy penetrated through the profound Wu diamond armor and burned his flesh, making him feel as if he was about to disappear. In just a split second, he was severely injured. His bones, meridians, flesh, and vital organs were all burned, making his injuries extremely severe. In the blink of an eye, he had recovered by half, and this was all thanks to his powerful bone soul and Yulong blood. His body was repeatedly ravaged for nearly half a day. The intense pain almost made him faint several times. He couldn't even cultivate. Underneath the earth's core was the same as the deep sea. As he struggled in the hot liquid, his consciousness became fuzzy, let alone searching for a tunnel. "I have to hurry up, or I'm dead for sure." Chen Xiang hurriedly swam upstream, but his speed was extremely slow. "Is this the end? Darn you, little naughty dragon. You have truly caused my death." Qin Xiang thought, "Quick, use the chaos fire." Long Shui suddenly shouted. Qin Xiang used all of his strength to summon out the 2 chaos fire S that he had fused with, holding them in his palms. The chaos fire immediately released a silver, white, sacred flame which wrapped around his body, causing him to suddenly feel much better. This thing is really powerful. Chun Xiang let out a long sigh. "I still have 5 chaos fire that I haven't mixed with. I wonder what will happen after I fuse them." This chaos fire was very mysterious and required a bit of dragon blood to fuse with. Chan Xiang only had that little bit of dragon blood on him, and that was enough to fuse it. Fortunately, Long Shui was able to discern the direction, and allowed him to swim towards the direction of the evil dragon graveyard. The color of the flame essence below was the same, but the temperature was many times hotter. As he was swimming towards the back, and was far from the center, Qin Xiang became more and more relaxed. He never thought that the ground below was actually this wide. As Qin Xiang swam, Long Shui calculated the distance between them. After 7 or 8 days, Long Shui shouted, "It should be up here. Take a look and see if there are any Pa-S sages." The fire essence here was the most ordinary red color, but the temperature was still very high. If he did not have a profound with diamond armor, he would definitely turn into mist. If Chun Xiang were to head upwards now, he would run into a very hard boulder. It would be very difficult to find a tunnel below. "You search while we think of a solution." Long Shui said, "I hope there really is a path up there." Qin Xiang said, "If there isn't anything, I will cut it open." "There has to be. If you want to form a super large vein, there must be a hole that will leak out energy. Countless years later, by chance, the soil on it will turn into mineral ores that you can mine." Long Shui said with certainty, "In order to form a mine, one had to have an innate advantage in terms of terrain. For example, a mountain in a mountain range could form a natural spirit grain and form a formation to absorb the power of the sun, moon, and stars, triggering a formation to absorb the spiritual energy from the earth, causing a large area of land to crystallize and form a spar mine or some other precious ores. Those exploration aristocratic families combine the terrain and the star formations in the sky to search for the vein of mines. This required a very profound knowledge, and they also needed spirit grayness that were proficient in natural stars to be able to see through the spirit of the mountains. Chen Xiang took out the imperial crystal, but the imperial crystal still did not have any reaction, which made him suspicious. The SPAC in the core of the earth was extremely firm. Even if Chen Xiang used the Luotian Gate S, he still wouldn't be able to open up the SPAC, not to mention that he was inside the flame essence. Calm down. Use your divine power to sense it and see if there are any weak changes. Long Shui said, it was very easy for Chen Xiang to release his divine power here. The divine power he released was only to sense the changes in his surroundings, so he couldn't see it. If he used it to attack, it would turn golden. He had been planning to give up for a few days, but he suddenly realized that there was a very weak change in one place. He felt that the fire essence in that direction would suddenly weaken a little bit, but it quickly recovered because there was an endless amount of fire essence in the Earth's core. If he had not tried it for a few days, he would not have noticed it and would have immediately swam towards that direction. However, he only knew the direction. It did not represent the exact location. He was moving very slowly, keeping an eye on the subtle changes in order to find the place. Chen Xiang had already been in the fire domain for a month, but the area around the fire domain was bustling with noise and excitement. More and more mining clans came, because the few mining clans that had just arrived were discovering more and more small and medium-sized mines. Even many people came here to try their luck and see if they could dig up some very rare ores. Only those great ancient powers knew the true inner workings of this place. Those exploration families were not searching for the vein of the mine, but for a natural divine formation. However, the hope was very slim. In the beginning, the prospectors thought that it was only a part of the formation. But now that the mines had been broken, the evil dragon graveyard was still unbreakable and looked even more powerful than the 10 heavenly holy mountains. The countless terrifying Lion Mountain in the 10 heavenly sacred mountain could at least get a point in entry. But evil dragon graveyard would be in danger as long as they got close to it. However, the 10 heavenly sacred mountain was not the real tomb of the 10 heavens supreme lord. If it was the place where the 10 heavens supreme lord was buried, then maybe it would be just as terrifying as the place he was buried. In a mountain outside the evil dragon graveyard, an elder stood on top of a mountain, looking at the raised black dragon head in the distance. Dad, is evil dragon graveyard really the tomb of an evil dragon? Duan Sanchang asked Duan Kong. Duan Kong was Duan Sanchang's great-uncle, and also the Duan clan's great-uncle. Duan Sanchang's grandfather's whereabouts were unknown a long time ago, and Duan Sanchang had only met his grandfather once when he was young. He was originally his grandfather's patriarch, but now Duan Kong had replaced him. Duan Kong also liked Duan Sanchang a lot, so he often brought Duan Sanchang on trips to the north and south. Duan Kong looked at the black dragon formed by the black energy and shook his head. That is not the evil dragon's tomb. It is just a dragon-shaped sparite vein under the ground, and it is very large too. As the patriarch of the Duan clan, Duan Kong could obviously see how terrifying the ore deposit was. As the patriarch of the Duan clan, Duan Kong could obviously see how terrifying the ore deposit was. Dragon transformed sparite vein. Duan Sanchang was shocked. According to the ancient books of our Duan clan, 10 Heaven's Supreme Lord also obtained such a vein in the past. Was history going to repeat itself? Is the new Earth coming into being? Duan Kong nodded. That's right, the dragon transformation lode that 10 Heaven's Supreme Lord obtained is located inside the 10 Heavenly Sacred Mountain. However, it has already shattered and was buried under the 10 Heavenly Sacred Mountain to contain the large formations. Ditian was reborn, the dragon vein reappears, and the 3 realms talk is filled with traitors. Where is the new emperor? Duan Kong looked at the black dragon and muttered, Granduncle, how can I acquire this dragon fountain? Duan Sanchang asked. I don't know. Only the future 10 Heaven Supreme Lord can obtain it. The dragon vein is born for the Emperor. As Duan Kong said this, his eyes flashed with killing intent. It's impossible for those traitors to obtain it. Even if they have the chance to do so, I must stop them. Duan Sanchong suddenly thought of the black-hearted Qinxiang, and felt that Qinxiang was very similar to the dragon that was made of black gas. Brother Shin might be able to obtain it. This fellow has a green dragon, demon-slain broadsword, a heaven-earth killing method, and even made an enemy of a traitor. However, this fellow is too treacherous and does not have the appearance of an emperor. It's a pity that he went missing in the 10 heavenly sacred mountain. Duan Sanchong sighed. He does not have an emperor's dignity, but he does have an emperor's luck and emperor's might. If he really is able to obtain this dragon's vein, then in the future his 10 Heavens Supreme Lord will definitely be close. A graceful voice was heard. Duan Sanchong snorted. Madam Peach Blossom, you eavesdropped on our conversation. This doesn't seem to be your style. Yao Shumi's face was covered by a veil, and she was dressed in a peach blossom dress. Standing on a lotus cloud, with a smile in her eyes, she brought along a daughter who was somewhat similar to her, riding on a cloud. Mu Jialan's attire and dressing were exactly the same as her mother's. It was just that the two of them had their own charisma and temperament, yet they seemed to be in complete harmony. Although they were both covering up her flawless, beautiful face, it still made people feel pleased and exclaim in their hearts, "Little grave robber, your voice is so loud. You came to my ears by yourself. If you say it's so loud when you steal a tomb, it will definitely be very troublesome." Yao Shumi smiled sweetly with a myriad of graces, causing Duan Sanchong to not dare to look straight at her. Mu Jialan snorted lightly. The little grave robber and the little devil have teamed up to cheat in Pill City. Even I fell in. Duan Sanchong curled his lips and said, "How could we have cheated? If it wasn't for your greed, how could you have fallen for it? You're still too inexperienced." The Peach Blossom Imperial Land had always been neutral, but this was also because Yao Shumi was in charge. Otherwise, the Peach Blossom Imperial Land would probably suffer endless amounts of revenge from Qinxiang, just like the other two. The Peach Blossom leader should be very lively right now. I'm saying that all of you were not traitors back then. Why are all of you following Feng Clan's group of idiots blindly? Even if Qinxiang is not able to become a 10 Heavens Supreme Lord in the future and play dirty tricks on you guys, it will still make your life chaotic. Duan Kong shook his head. All those old fellows were instigated by the Feng Clan. Who doesn't want to obtain the green dragon, demon-slain broadsword, and the heaven-earth killing method? I don't believe that your Duan clan has not thought of this. Yao Shumi faintly sighed. We have indeed thought about it, but you know that those things did not belong to the 10 Heavens Supreme Lord in the first place. Although the heaven-earth killing method was created by the great emperor, it was also created by him based on that. Duan Kong said. Duan Sanchong and Mu Jialan were shocked at the same time. They did not know about this matter. The heaven-earth killing method was actually created by the 10 Heavens Supreme Lord based on reference, but it was still so powerful. Do you have any news of Qinxiang? Yao Shumi looked at Duan Sanchong and asked, because she knew that Duan Sanchong and Qinxiang's relations. I+P was very good. You've been looking for us for so long just to ask us this question. Duan Kong laughed. It can't be that you want to avenge your son of heaven, right? Of course not. Yao Shumi said, Hee, you can't be thinking of marrying your daughter to Brother Shin, right? If that's the case, you guys don't have to find him. Just go to the Divine Weapon's heavenly country to find that female emperor and then find her disciple, Xue Xianxian. Duan Sanchong chuckled, causing Mu Jialan to be extremely embarrassed, said and angry, as she glared at him with her beautiful eyes. Little grave robber, don't talk nonsense. Mu Jialan said, could it be that your mother wants to marry, or is it that you two? Just as Duan Sanchong spoke up to this point, His head was ruthlessly smashed by Duan Kong. Duan Kong smiled apologetically. This brat has been wild since young. He doesn't have any manners. I will teach him a lesson when I get back. Please forgive me. Yao Shumi's jade face reddened, and she chuckled. It's all right. I just want to talk to Qin Xiang. I'm worried that I might misunderstand my peach blossom imperial land, and that Jing Xingliang might be a peach blossom prince. But what he's doing does not represent the entire peach blossom imperial land. Duan Sanchong held onto his swollen head and muttered. They called me little grave robber. Uncle, you are an old grave robber in their hearts. But they didn't call me that. Duan Kong laughed. We are tomb robbers after all. There is no harm in being called that. Mu Jialan glared at Duan Sanchong with her beautiful eyes. Little thief, you better not speak nonsense in front of Qin Xiang. What can I say in front of him? At that time, I will definitely tell him honestly that the mother and daughter of the Peach Blossom leader are always in low spirits due to not being able to eat or eat at all. They have been searching for him for thousands of miles just for... granduncle, stop hitting me. I'm already very cultured when I speak. Duan Sanchong shouted. Duan Sanchong had never been humble in the Duan clan and had gotten used to it after a while. It was the same even when facing the Peach Blossom leader. Yao Shumi smiled faintly and was not angry at all. How does he usually contact you? I don't have any way to contact him. If I stay in Dan City often, I might be able to meet him. Don't forget he is a very powerful alchemist. This black-hearted fellow has been thinking of ways to empty all the pill shops all day. If you want to find him, you should pay more attention to whatever major event happened in Pill City. This time Duan Sanchong answered honestly. Yao Shumi nodded his head. Something big has indeed happened in the past few days in Pill City. I wonder if it has anything to do with Qin Xiang? Duan Kong shook his head. It shouldn't be a problem. That method of killing doesn't seem like it was Qin Xiang's arm, but more like he's a powerful immortal who used a strong flame. The news of Li Baojun using Kylan Fanas to kill a few experts spread throughout Dan City, but when the guards at the city gates recounted what happened, they only saw the transformed fire unicorn and did not clearly see who made the move. Just as they were conversing, a sky-shaking dragon roar came out from the evil dragon graveyard, resounding across the sky, causing the mountains where Duan Kong and the rest were at to crumble. Qin Xiang was wandering around the core of the earth in search of the entrance to the evil dragon graveyard. He had already made some progress and could clearly sense the place where things had changed. Qin Xiang was wandering around the core of the earth in search of the entrance to the evil dragon graveyard. He had already made some progress and could clearly sense the place where things had changed. However, at this time, a deafening dragon's roar shook the area and caused the flame essence to churn, causing it to become even hotter. What's the matter? Little naughty dragon, is this your royal dragon? This dragon roar is too terrifying. Qin Xiang seemed to be in a violent, undulating pool of water, finding it difficult to stabilize his body. This is not a normal dragon, but it is definitely a dragon's voice. Long Shui was also puzzled and began to search through her vast inherited memories for relevant information. What do you mean, not a normal dragon? Qin Xiang asked, using his divine power to lock onto the confirmed location. An abnormal dragon? You have no explanation. The fire had already stabilized, and he began to head upstream. Ordinary dragons are made of flesh and blood. Abnormally, they don't have flesh and blood, but they do have dragon souls. However, the dragon souls do not have consciousness. Since there is a dragon soul, there must be a dragon body. However, the dragon body is not made of flesh and blood. It can be a ma. S of energy. It can be a river. It can be a mountain range. The dragon form is one of the perfect forms of all kinds of beasts that exist in this world. If the conditions allow, then this abnormal dragon will be born. These dragons do not have a living body. They cannot reproduce, and they will not exist forever. Long Shui explained in detail. For the same reason, Other forms of divine beasts will have them as well, but the number of dragons is relatively more. So there's such a dragon? Could it be a mind vein dragon? Chen Xiang suddenly exclaimed. Although he did not know about the legend of becoming the celestial emperor, he knew that this vein was not ordinary. This is very possible. If it's really like this, then this mine will be very terrifying. Even though Long Shui was from the imperial dragon race, this form of a dragon was rarely seen. Even many of the old fellows in the imperial dragon race had only heard of it. This dragon has already comprehended the great Tao and is evolving into a peerless, ominous array on the great earth. Using this method to protect itself is certainly extraordinary. Bai Yu said, "Our Bai family was built on the life vein of an immortal in the shape of a tiger. No one in the heavenly demon realm can break it." Chun Xiang swam to the top and Bai Yu imped into solid rocks. These stones had all been tempered and were extremely stiff, but they had no value in refining. There are many small holes. Chun Xiang realized that there were many hair-sized holes on these stones. They were scattered widely, and the fire energy had come from these holes. Seems like that is the main reason for the formation of the Sparite vein. How do I go up? Chun Xiang was in a difficult situation. He had initially planned to use the green dragon demon-slain broadsword to cut a hole, but he was worried that it would cause the flame essence to spew out and destroy the Sparite vein. Chun Xiang searched for an entire day before finally finding a relatively large hole that he could insert a nail into. Looks like I can only become a tiny ant. Ever since Chun Xiang's soul had reached perfection, he had not tried any new techniques. It was very difficult to become larger in the art of transformation, and it was the same for smaller ones as well. Fortunately, he was able to cultivate his delay strength, so he was able to do this. Chun Xiang became a very small ant and drilled into the hole. Only now did he realize how difficult it was to become an ant, as his spirit energy was drained really quickly. The hot air gushed out from the small hole, forming a pus. Plussing force that pushed his ant-like body up and made him move forward rapidly through the small tunnel. The center of the earth was very deep, and Chun Xiang was currently moving towards the surface. There was a very long distance between them, so he followed the force of the thrust straight up, and his speed was extremely fast. It took him no less than 3 days to arrive at an underground tunnel filled with hot water. This underground sage was naturally formed. It was as tall as 2 people, and when the 2 carriages traveled together, they did not feel crowded. Chun Xiang had reverted back to his human form, immersing himself in the warm water. He finally left the core of the earth, and in addition, turned into an ant and left. All of this water is formed from spiritual energy. Chun Xiang stood in the sage, and the warm and comfortable white water reached his waist. He carefully looked at the 2 sides of the sage and discovered many small holes in the wall. The fire energy in the earth's core has been transformed into rich spiritual energy from those hair-sized holes. It is very likely that the tunnel that led to this place is in spirit grain-s path, which allows the fire energy to turn into spirit energy and then condense it into liquid. Chun Xiang guessed, there must be a lot of tunnels like this here. If we follow the flow of the water, the spiritual energy here is not rich enough. We still have to purify it before it will flow into a certain place. Su Meiyao said, if this spirit liquid was very pure, she would definitely let Chun Xiang get more. However, even if they were to enter it, it would be of no use. The quality of the spirit liquid would slowly decline if it left the dragon's vein. Moreover, this dragon vein was still constantly growing. Perhaps in the future, it might even become stronger. Sister Meiyao, come out and wash up together with us. Chun Xiang said with an evil smile. It's not safe here. I can't be at ease. Su Meiyao's voice was charming and intoxicating. Little scoundrel. Big sister also wants to wash up with you a little. Chun Xiang bathed in the water and allowed the water to carry him. This feeling made him feel good. I am finally here at Evil Dragon Graveyard. I wonder how I can start mining here. Chen Xiang did not completely relax his guard because when he was in the center of the earth, a dragon's roar came from there. After 6 hours, Chen Xiang suddenly realized that the spirit liquid in the path was not going straight ahead, but was spiraling upwards. Listen, this sounds like a waterfall. Is it coming to an end? Chen Xiang was shocked. He immediately used his divine power to allow himself to float, and then followed the flow of the water. He quickly arrived at the entrance of the tunnel, and saw countless of such tunnels gushed out large amounts of white spirit liquid, falling into a deep pit filled with white mist. This pit was very big, and on the circular walls of the pit there were circles after circles of the Pa-S sage. It was hard to imagine that it was all formed naturally. The spirit liquid had flowed through the twisted tunnels and flowed into here, which was equivalent to flowing through a few spirit grain-s, and there were already changes occurring in the tunnels. Now that he had fallen into this bottomless pit, Chen Xiang felt that the paths were the meridians of a human body, and this deep pit was the Dantian. Why can't I see the sparite vein? Is this not the place? Chen Xiang was suspicious. This place is still quite a distance away from the ground. If it were a normal person, they would have to dig for many years before they could reach here. The dragon's vein might not even be at this location. Maybe this is just a place to refine spirit liquids. So the situation here is too complicated. Long Shui said. Chen Xiang was floating at the entrance of the tunnel when he suddenly saw a gold light flash. Plussing over. An old man appeared in front of him with a black hammer in his hand. Where did you come from? The only entrance that can allow us to enter here is us. Could it be that you have been staying here all this time? The old man's voice trembled. Suddenly, a very strong old man appeared in this place, causing Chen Xiang to jump in fright. This was the bottom of Evil Dragon Graveyard. There was actually someone here, and there was more than one of them. Suddenly, a very strong old man appeared in this place, causing Chen Xiang to jump in fright. This was the bottom of Evil Dragon Graveyard. There was actually someone here, and there was more than one of them. I am. How did you get up here, sir? Chen Xiang replied politely because he saw that there was no hostility in the place. Next, wasn't that the core of the earth? You actually came up from below. The old man was even more surprised. It's a long story. I entered the earth's core from a place. To be able to come here would be a narrow escape. Chen Xiang did not explain it too clearly. I am the patriarch of the earth's core race. Although we are earth's core race, we have never been there. We have been living in the depths of the earth's core race all year round, and we cannot be exposed to the sunlight, so we moved here many years ago. As time passed, this place slowly became like this, and we even formed a transmission array, dragon transformation sparite vein. We were happy in the beginning. It was beneficial for our survival. Our Earth's core race relied on eating spar to grow stronger, but later on, when the dragon veins formed, we knew that it was not a good thing because the dragon veins knew how to protect themselves. As he said this, the old man sighed. The great formation created by the dragon veins also trapped us here. Fortunately, there are still many spar here, and we don't have to use the dragon veins to survive. In the Earth's core race, there actually existed such a strange race. Long Shui did not know of such a race. Chen Xiang came here to find the dragon vein. If he failed to excavate it, then wouldn't his journey here have been in vain? Moreover, it wouldn't be easy for him to leave as well. Sir, can you take me to see the dragon vein? Has it really become a dragon? Chen Xiang said, This place is still far from where the dragon fountain is. Follow me. The old man nodded. Chen Xiang followed the old man into a hole behind. The white liquid did not come out from the hole, but the old man told him that it was dug out by the Earth's core race. The old man's name was Tai Li. Earth's core race was originally also a normal human, but after that they didn't know what happened to their ancestors and couldn't S. H-I plus N-E under the sun, so they hid inside the cave, only daring to come out at night. only able to survive by eating rocks that contain energy. Many years later, they called themselves Earth's core race and specially hid underground to mine ores to survive. Only after they finished eating all the mines would they move in the night. The migration was very difficult. When dawn approached, they had to hide, so they hated migration. After learning that the dragon vein would be born here, they were so happy that they wouldn't be able to sleep for a few days. This was enough for them to eat for a long time. They had lived here for a very long time, and they could not remember how long. In short, they had waited generations for the formation of the dragon vein. But when it came to their generation, something like this happened. Earth's core race was an expert at digging. He only needed to eat 3 meals a day. As long as 1 spar was enough for him to survive, he would need to eat 1 or 2 more like that if he was strong. They had quite a number of people. To think that there would be nearly 20,000 of them, and every one of them was born with great strength, lived a long time, and their strength would increase very quickly, so they did not need to cultivate. As long as they ate the spar, they would become stronger. Chun Xiang found it hard to imagine that this was a race that had evolved from normal humans. The reason why Tai Li came here was also to see if he could find other spar. According to Tai Li's description, when they dug up an underground world from underneath the evil dragon graveyard, they found out that there were few cities around the size of them. However, the dragon fountain took up a large amount of space, and the dragon fountain was like a gigantic mountain, formed by best spar. Earth's core race never had the intention to touch the dragon vein. He only wanted to dig the stone soil beside the dragon vein. They believed that if they kept digging, they would be able to reveal the entire dragon, and in the future they would be able to gather even more stones that contained pure energy. The dragon heads released a bizarre force, forming a protective SHI plus ELD to protect the surrounding spar S, and here, only the area near the dragon vein had spar S. Earth's core race could only use a few spar S to maintain, so they were unable to dig a way out, because there was a very terrifying force up there. If they still did not think of a way, these 20,000 people would have starved to death, so Tai Li was in a rush. Fortunately, the Earth's core race was very united. Every single person in the Earth's core race was gentle, and they would not cause any trouble inside, so they worked together to dig a path to the source of the spirit liquid. It was the tunnel that Chun Xiang saw just now. Chun Xiang followed Tai Li to the place where the dragon's head was. It was the equivalent of an underground city, with a raised head and a spar dragon head in the middle. Standing below the dragon's head was like an ant. It was hard to imagine how big the dragon's vein was, since it was shocked by its magnificent might. This was the naturally formed spar dragon vein. The dragon head had a huge spar pillar wrapped around it, so this dragon vein was not only a part of the dragon's body, but also the pillar. The dragon vein can't be used, and neither can we. Therefore, we only plan to mine the spar around the dragon vein, but right now we have received a lot of help. Tai Li sighed. There are spar S everywhere within a 100-mile radius of this dragon head, but it cannot move a single piece. If not, the dragon would get angry and shout. Within 100 miles. Furthermore, it could be dug very deep. This was indeed an extremely large vein. According to the deductions of the few seniors in the Earth's core race, the vein of the mine that became a dragon and became a vein emperor. This is its territory, and the vein of the dragon needs to continue growing, so it is very protective of itself. As long as it comes close to the dragon head, it will be ejected. Tai Li said, unless we can enter through the dragon mouth and see what method we have to communicate with the dragon soul, and let it handle this. Is this dragon hollow? Chun Xiang asked. If that was the case, then maybe there would be something even more powerful growing out of the dragon's body. Yes, but it's very difficult to enter, unless you have Imperial Crystal. He already had Imperial Crystal. Previously, he was rather pessimistic and worried that it would be a waste. But now, the flames of hope had started burning in his heart. The person who holds the Imperial Crystal has obtained the Imperial Crystal's approval, and the dragon's vein definitely has a large piece of the Imperial Crystal as well. so the dragon's vein will not reject them. Tylee said, "The world below the ground was illuminated brightly by the huge dragon head made of spirit energy. Chun Xiang saw many houses made of stone on top of the ground in front of you, which should be the Earth's core race's village. The world below the ground was illuminated brightly by the huge dragon head made of spirit energy. Chun Xiang saw many houses made of stone on top of the ground in front of you, which should be the Earth's core race's village." Chun Xiang had the imperial crystal in his hands, but he still did not fully understand the Earth's core race, so he decided to first check the strength of the Earth's core race. "Old mister, if you were to bring the imperial crystal from the dragon's mouth into the inner parts of the dragon vein, what would happen?" Chun Xiang wanted to ask because he had to enter the dragon vein. "We have to ask the old people in Earth's core race," said. Earth's core race was very hospitable. Even though they needed spar a lot, they did not ask Chun Xiang for them. Tylee knew that for Chun Xiang to be able to come to this kind of place by himself, he must be someone with decent strength. At the beginning, he was also very cautious, but later he saw that Chun Xiang was aiming for the dragon vein. For many years, Tylee and the others had been waiting for an external rancor to obtain the dragon fountain. This way, their Earth's core race would be free, which was why Chun Xiang had become their Earth's core race's hope. When Chun Xiang entered the village, he was looked at with curious eyes. The people of Earth's core race were all very polite, and when they saw Chun Xiang, they all smiled. The clothes that the people here wore were all black and were all made from a kind of silk called the black crystal silkworm. Chun Xiang saw a small portion of the people from Earth's core race, and realized that these people were all simple and honest. The Earth's core race had been isolated from the world for many years, and it was a place that was completely free of pollution. There weren't many schemes, tricks, and struggles inside, which made Chun Xiang sigh in his heart. Chun Xiang brought Chun Xiang into a stone house, and after entering, Chun Xiang saw 3 old men with withered bodies. Their faces were covered in layers of wrinkles, and they sat on the ground peacefully. When Chun Xiang walked in, they all opened their eyes abruptly. Being stared by these 6 pairs of eyes, Chun Xiang felt that he was enveloped by an extremely strong mental pressure. The 3 elders looked like they were about to run out of oil and oil, but when they released their powerful auras, Chun Xiang could not help but think that these 3 elders were 3 beasts with strong vitality. Finally, outsiders have come. An old man said. Although his voice was low, it was filled with a power that could make people tremble. Chun Xiang's heart trembled. The 3 elders in front of him were so old that they were unable to speak, and the elder's voice just now was completely produced from the energy in his body. Junior Chun Xiang greets the 3 seniors. Chun Xiang saluted. The 3 elders in front of him were like living fossils. Who knows how long they had been alive, and were extremely powerful, making it difficult for Chun Xiang to see through them. If there's anything you need to ask if you can save the Earth's core race, we will definitely follow you. One of the elders didn't say anything, but his body was trembling slightly as his voice came out from the trembling of his body. "Follow," said in confusion. Previously, he had thought of working together with the Earth's core race after controlling the dragon veins and having them help him mine the spar. Then he would give them a safe living environment and a large amount of food. Di Tian was reborn. The person who obtained the dragon bloodline can become a great emperor in the future. Our Earth's core race had once followed the 10 Heavens' Supreme Lord and was thus cursed. An old man said. Chun Xiang opened his eyes wide and sucked in a deep breath. "About that, I do have an imperial crystal, but I don't know how to do it." Hearing about the imperial crystal, Tylee became excited, and the eyes of the 3 elder lit up as if they were on fire. "The imperial crystal will guide you forward. Whether or not you can subdue the dragon's vein will depend on yourself." An old man said, "Subdue the dragon fountain. I can become a great emperor in the future." Chun Xiang asked because the old man was very sure about what he said. Of course, back then the 10 Heavens Supreme Lord obtained a dragon vein, and at that time it was our Earth's core race that was in charge of mining it. Later on, the heavens changed, and all the clans that followed the Emperor were cursed. And from now on, we are truly the Earth's core race. The old man said, "Even if you don't want to become the Emperor, it is still impossible. The moment you obtain the Dragon Fountain, you will be surrounded and annihilated by the strong forces of the 9 heavens and 10 territories. If the Dragon Fountain continues to grow and the spar transforms into a spiritual crystal, then history might repeat itself. Not to mention obtaining this dragon vein. Chunseong had even made enemies with many ancient powers before, and these ancient powers were the same ones that had betrayed the 10 Heavens Supreme Lord back then. I'll give it a try now. Chief Iron, please lead the way." Chunseong nodded his head. Although he still had time to get to 3 Realms talk, he wanted to make sufficient preparations. Was extremely respectful to Chunseong now. Imperial Crystal S were something that was very hard to tame, and it wasn't that they belonged to whoever got them. It had to be seen whether the Imperial Crystal recognized you or not. Whether it was in Heaven Realm or the Heaven Realm, the Imperial Crystal was a legend, and very few people had ever seen it. Other than being able to search for mines, Imperial Crystal S were actually also able to have the approval of the Dragon Vein. This was something that Chunseong and the others had never thought of before. Tai Li brought Chunseong along on the road in the village, and when many people saw that Tai Li was bringing Chunseong to the Dragon Head, they all stopped what they were doing and went back to the main street, chanting some ancient language, but no one knew what they were talking about. Very quickly, the 20,000 people of Earth's core race stood at the 2 sides of the road and stood up to chant some ancient language. These ancient language made Chunseong feel that it was similar to the incantations used by Heavenly Dragon Seal. 10,000 people were chanting in unison. Although they could not understand the ancient language, they were still filled with energy. They did not desperately shout out, but they only lightly chanted. They appeared to be BRIMMING with energy causing their blood to boil. "Chief Iron, what are they reciting?" Chunseong asked in a low voice. "They are sending you off. This is a war song. Whenever a brave warrior from the tribe goes out to fight, his clansmen will do the same." Tai Li said. As they moved further away from the village, they got closer and closer to the gigantic dragon head. It was as if a huge mountain was standing there. The dragon's head was raised, and the imposing aura it gave off made people's souls tremble. "Ah!" Tai Li suddenly shouted out. His entire being was flung away by a powerful force. While Chunseong was fine, he could feel that there was a very powerful, formless barrier here. Seeing that Chunseong could cross the barrier, although Tai Li fell to the ground, his face was full of excitement, because he knew that Earth's core race could be saved. "It's all up to you," Tai Li said in a heavy tone. Chunseong nodded. Stepping on the shrinking step, he quickly entered the light haze released by the dragon head. "If I can control this dragon vein, then I must build the dragon subduing school on top of it." Chunseong stood under the dragon head, and with a fierce leap, he jumped into the dragon's mouth that was slightly open and stood inside a large set of teeth. The dragon that the spar turned into coiled around a huge pillar, so the tunnel inside the dragon's body spiraled downwards. The dragon that the spar turned into coiled around a huge pillar, so the tunnel inside the dragon's body spiraled downwards. Chunseong guessed that the place he was going should be at Dragonheart's location. Although the dragon's mouth was huge, after Chunseong Pa-S said through a curtain of light around the dragon's mouth, the Pa-S sage he saw was extremely small. It was the equivalent of a small cave in a Siv mountain. This Pa-S sage was too small compared to the dragon's head, but it was very big for humans. Chunseong felt that it was enough for an elephant to Pa-S through. "Is this place really formed naturally? I always felt it was man-made." Chunseong walked along the Pa-S sage, where spar were all around. It was unbelievable. Although it was surrounded by spar, he could not absorb the energy inside. It must have been formed naturally. Who could create such a place? 10 days in the great Yenjing was not enough. In the future, these spar might even evolve into spiritual crystal or immortal jades, and then they will become even more powerful. Long Shui praised. No wonder 10 heavens Supreme Lord, this lion, has such great abilities. His luck has always been good. Since a lion can become an emperor, so can I. I always feel that the death of the 10 heavens Supreme Lord was persecuted by an even stronger power. Maybe the white tiger's reincarnation also died during that mysterious period. That power is really strong, to be able to erase a large portion of the history of the 9 heavens and 10 earth. What exactly is it hiding? Qin Xiang thought. It's easy as long as you become the new 10 heavens Supreme Lord. Those guys might come looking for you. At that time, you'll know why. However, you don't have to worry about being like that lion, because with me, this heavenly dragon Supreme Lord, I will definitely work hand in hand with you to kill that group of BASTRDS. Long Shui laughed. I'll forget about it. With a heavenly dragon Supreme Lord like you here, how could I dare to be the emperor? Qin Xiang shook his head and laughed. After carefully entering this Pa-S sage for more than 2 hours, Qin Xiang determined that there was nothing else, and then bravely stepped on his shrinking step, quickly advancing. At this moment, he was already in the enormous dragon body. According to Long Shui's estimation, he would very soon reach the location of Dragonheart. Although this dragon was formed from spar, it was very similar to a living dragon. There is suddenly a large SPAC ahead. Could it be that the dragon's pearl was formed by the imperial crystal? Long Shui discovered the result after he used Heaven Tour method. As long as there's no danger. Qin Xiang was worried that a powerful guy would suddenly appear from the inside. Qin Xiang arrived at the place where Long Shui had explored to be the largest. It was an extremely SPAC area, like a gigantic belly of the mountain that could hold up to 1 million people. Above the center, there was a snow-white bead that floated in the air. Compared to this incomparably Civ Dragon vein, this bead wasn't too big. It was something that a single person could carry. Seeing this pearl, Qin Xiang was sure that it was the imperial crystal. However, it was much larger than the one he had obtained last time, and it was still growing. Could it be that when the imperial crystal grows in the future, it will occupy this place? Qin Xiang looked around. At that time, the imperial crystal would definitely be as big as a mountain. Quickly take out your imperial crystal and see what happens. Long Shui urged. She really wanted to see what kind of benefits taking this dragon vein would bring. Qin Xiang took out the small piece of imperial crystal. The moment he took it out in his hand, the dragon pearl that was floating in the air shot out a beam of white light, illuminating him. After being illuminated by the white light, his body was lifted up by a gentle force, allowing him to slowly float towards the dragon pearl. At the same time, the imperial crystal in his hand shot out a ray of multicolored light, taking a picture of the dragon pearl. The imperial crystal in Qin Xiang's hands suddenly struggled free, flying towards the dragon pearl and fusing into it. The dragon pearl that could have been carried by one person suddenly became taller by 2 people. This dragon pearl could indeed evolve. The moment the dragon pearl grew larger, the depths of the evil dragon graveyard began to shake. Following that, a dragon's roar could be heard, shaking the mountains and rivers. After Long Shui heard the dragon's roar, he said, "It seems to carry a trace of life." Qin Xiang was even more surprised. My imperial crystal! It was swallowed up, but luckily this dragon pearl was built up to practice. But unfortunately, the dragon pearl can only stay here in the future. Felt that even though he had lost his imperial crystal, he could still control this supermine. Moreover, when his strength reached a certain level, he would be able to take away this dragon pearl. Could it be that imperial crystal can condense dragons into pearls in the future and turn ordinary veins into dragons? Long Shui said, "Your imperial crystal is only a little bit larger, but it actually made this dragon pearl grow several times larger. Let's not worry about this first. Let me break free from these clouds of light first. Chun Xiang was now locked on by the multicolored light emitted by the dragon pearl, preventing him from moving. Chun Xiang could feel the connection between him and the dragon pearl now, but he was unable to control it. Suddenly, the dragon pearl released a burst of force that sucked him in, causing Chun Xiang to turn pale in shock, but he was unable to resist. In front of that force, he was like an ant. What is he doing? Do you want to swallow me up? Chun Xiang was startled. Half of his body had already merged with the dragon pearl. Following that, his entire body entered the dragon pearl, and what made him more at ease was that he felt more comfortable inside the dragon pearl. However, his body could not control itself, and various gentle powers entered his body, as if entering into a contract with him. This is recognition. Don't panic. Long Shui said in pleasant surprise, maybe you can control this evil dragon graveyard in the future. There are many naturally formed super arrays in evil dragon graveyard. It would be the best if we could place the dragon subduing school as a reward. The evil dragon graveyard was very big, equivalent to half of a small continent. It was enough to build a sect. A strange power seeped into Chun Xiang's body, causing him to feel extremely comfortable, as though there was a sudden gust of cool wind on a hot summer day. Duan Kong, Duan Sanchong, Yao Shumi, Mu Jialan. Ever since they heard the first dragon roar a few days ago, the four of them did not intend to leave. Duan Kong and Yao Shumi both took out their communication treasures. Without hesitation, they used up a large amount of innate qi and activated their treasures to send the news back. Yao Shumi had told the experts of the Peach Blossom Imperial Land to come. With the abnormal movement of the evil dragon graveyard, with such an earth-shattering roar, it would definitely spread to Dan City. At that time, there would be a lot of people coming. Even if she did not obtain the dragon's vein, she could still obtain a large number of spar from it. As the leader's leader, she naturally had to seek benefits for the Peach Blossom Imperial Land. But Duan Kong did not hesitate at all to stop these traders from obtaining the dragon's vein, because this was something that only the new Sky Emperor had the right to obtain, and he must not let these traders be tainted. After the first dragon roar sounded out, a few days later, there was finally movement, and at this time the mountains far away from evil dragon graveyard were filled with people, and among them, the most were the ancient powers. There were very few people in the Duan clan, only about 10 or so people. However, no one present dared to touch the Duan clan, and only the Peach Blossom Imperial Lands, Yao Shumi and Mu Jialan, dared to come close. They were neither enemies nor friends, so a few words were fine. There were very few people in the Duan clan, only about 10 or so people. However, no one present dared to touch the Duan clan, and only the Peach Blossom Imperial Lands, Yao Shumi and Mu Jialan, dared to come close. They were neither enemies nor friends, so a few words were fine. Duan Kong really wanted to destroy Dan City's batch of ancient transmission array, because so many people had come now, and many powers were traitors back then. Their Duan clan was loyal to the Ten Heavens Supreme Lord at that time, and was then cursed by a mysterious power, causing their Duan clan members to wither and be sealed forever. Currently, there were only a dozen of them, so it was impossible to stop this group of people from seizing the dragon fountain. Damn it, the fellow from Devil Realm is here. Isn't that the Devil Race? And there's also the ancient Wasteland Devil Sect. Duan Sanchong avoided the eyes of the people from the ancient Wasteland Devil Sect and hid behind STU-R-DY Man. This was because many people knew that he was the one who dug up the tomb of the demon Ji, D-Sun. All the major forces here had their own thoughts. They were waiting for the black fog surrounding the evil dragon graveyard to dissipate, as they thought that the dragon roars might be a signal for the birth of the dragon vein. Although they all had the same goal, these cold-looking giants were all scheming against each other. They couldn't wait to strangle all the other forces so that they could take the dragon fountain for themselves. A faint fragrance, accompanied by a gentle breeze, blew across every mountain. This kind of intoxicating fragrance would normally make people happy, allowing them to relax the tense atmosphere. However, after many of the old fellows caught a whiff of this fragrance, they were all emotionally moved, causing the atmosphere outside Evil Dragon Graveyard to become even more gloomy. The spirit demon of Demon Charming Association is here, Duan Sanchong scolded in a low voice. This group of demons usually gambles very low-key. I never thought that they would want to and TCH the dragon vein right now. Mu Jelon said indifferently, What? Have you ever disregarded anyone from the Demon Charming Association? Duan Sanchong curled his lips and said, In the entire world, I'm afraid only Qinxiang would dare to tease the group of spirit demons. If I really were to molest them, I wouldn't even have a speck of dust left. The Demon Charming Association was an ancient power of the demon realm, and their members were all beautiful and seductive devils. Their overall strength was extremely strong, and they were righteous and evil as well, and the ancient powers of the three realms all respected and distanced themselves from this clan. Whoever provoked them would not live past 3 days, and even if their words were frivolous, if they were light, they would be crippled, and if they lived, it would be worse than death. There were a lot of people coming from Demon Realm in the winter. All of them were tall and slender. Their bodies were beautiful, and their appearances were enchanting and charming. They wore different color dresses, and although they covered their bodies tightly, they did not lose their beauty. Although this was a force that would make people tremble with fear, many of the people present were mostly men. At this moment, they couldn't help but take a few more glances. The arrival of this group of spirit demons caused every force to be on high alert, and the thing that Demon Charming Association was most afraid of was their poison. Back then, when the 10 Heavens Supreme Lord and the Demon Charming Association's generation of Demon Empress fought, they almost lost because of the poison. Right now, everyone was feeling uneasy. Just now, they had smelled an intoxicating fragrance and were afraid that it was an extremely toxic poison. Please go back. This dragon vein belongs to our Demon Charming Association. You do not wish to suffer physical pain. Leave quickly. A beautiful woman wearing a purple dress with picturesque features lightly said with a smile on her face. This peerless beauty, who looked to be a little over 20, was actually the Demon Empress of the Demon Charming Association. No one knew her true strength, and she had even come down from the Sky Demon Realm. Many of the experts from the various major powers had already returned to Heaven Realm. If the SPAC was strengthened, it would be difficult to return by then. Uncle, how can the dragon fountain fall into the hands of this woman? Duan Sanchong said, Don't worry, it's impossible. The dragon fountain is not that easy to obtain. Duan Kong was currently very calm as he looked at the Demon Empress. When many people heard that the Demon Empress allowed them to leave, they all felt extremely unhappy in their hearts. I think those who came down from the Heaven Realm should not interfere. This is a matter of the new Imperial Heaven World. The one who spoke was an old man from White Sea Imperial Land, probably a very strong elder. Your Demon Charming Association's poison arts are unrivaled, but you guys don't seem to have been surrounded by dozens of ancient powers before. A member of the Qin family said. There were also people who were not afraid of the Demon Charming Association. With such a large dragon vein in front of them, they definitely could not let the Demon Charming Association demoness own it. Duan Kong laughed. I say, why are you guys blabbering so much? If you have the guts, go in and take your share. Evil Dragon Graveyard is so big. Every person has a lot of sparras. Duan Clan, I didn't expect that all of you would remain loyal for all these years, but unfortunately your 10 Heaven Supreme Lord won't be able to return. Could it be that all of you want to fight for the Dragon Fountain for the future 10 Heaven Supreme Lord? An old man said. No one knew which power he was from. There's no need for that. If it's someone with the Emperor's luck, then this dragon fountain must belong to him. Moreover, he can definitely monopolize it. You traitors will no longer have the chance to use the new Emperor to strengthen yourselves. Duan Kong sneered. The little demon empress looked at the gigantic black dragon that had not dispersed for a long time, and her eyes shot out two purple beams of light that penetrated in. Her face suddenly turned deathly pale, and traces of blood seeped out of the corners of her mouth. Let's go, the demon empress said softly. Everyone was shocked that this demon empress, who was extremely powerful, was injured just like that. However, everyone was secretly gloating, because the black dragon hadn't dispersed yet, but it would be asking for trouble if it were attacked rashly. Yo, isn't this the demon empress? What's going on with you guys, leaving as soon as we arrived? A burly man laughed. His voice was like thunder, scaring everyone present. This burly man had a beard and fur all over his body, but he looked very strong. Moreover, behind him, there were a group of big men. All of them were very scary. It's actually this bear. Duan Kong coldly snorted. One of the ancient demon race in Demon Realm, Black Fiend Mountain. That dragon vein is not fated to be with our demon charming association, so we have no choice but to return. The demon empress chuckled. Her jade face was devoid of color, but it did not lose its beauty. At this time, the dragon's roar rang out again. Everyone was shocked, because the black dragon that was formed from the black chi had moved. Look up. Everyone looked up to the sky and only saw a ray of white light shooting out from the center of the evil dragon graveyard. It looked like a white line in the blue sky. Those with good eyesight could see that there was a black dot in the white light. It was a person. There was actually someone that came out of evil dragon graveyard. Everyone was shocked, but no one could clearly see who that was, because that person was covered in a golden fog and was currently flying around in the sky. The one shooting up from the middle of the evil dragon graveyard was Chun Xiang. Chun Xiang fell asleep inside the dragon pearl, and mysteriously, perfectly fused with the dragon pearl. When he woke up, he discovered that he had appeared on the dragon's mouth, and his dragon head had moved facing the sky. Chun Xiang fell asleep inside the dragon pearl, and mysteriously, perfectly fused with the dragon pearl. When he woke up, he discovered that he had appeared on the dragon's mouth, and his dragon head had moved facing the sky. Just as he was aware that something bad was about to happen, a surge of power gushed out from the dragon vein and pierced through the ground, forming a white light beam. Chun Xiang was sent flying into the sky by the power. G-O-D-D-A-M-N. Why did so many people come here? Chun Xiang arrived at a high place in the sky and saw that it was densely packed with people. He could not help but scold them. Let's go down first. Chun Xiang followed the white light and slowly descended. From a 1-meter wide hole, he stood between the 2 dragon horns on his dragon's head. Chun Xiang stood at the center of the dragon's horn and still felt that the 2 dragon horns were 2 strange, shaped huge mountains. With a light leap, he flew towards Tai Li, who was running over. The dragon fountain has truly been born. That was the signal the dragon fountain gave to the heavens and earth. Chun Xiang was their savior, and now they could easily dig out the spar S. Chun Xiang nodded his head. The seal's power below has been removed, but we have to keep it on top, if not someone will come in soon. So you can control the even more powerful barrier. Tai Li asked. The center of the evil dragon barrier is empty. If you guys get tired of staying down there, you can go up and take a breather at any time. If you want to leave, then we can act after the group of people outside has left. Tai Li shook his head. It's not like we won't migrate. You were able to gain the approval of the dragon vein and save us. Our Earth's core race will only serve you in the future. There were a large number of spar here, which was enough for Earth's core race to eat here for many years. Every time they moved, it was extremely dangerous, and many clan members would die along the way. Chun Xiang sighed and said, All right then, I also need your help. In the future, we will be friends and help each other. Tai Li smiled and nodded. Now we will establish a transmission array that will lead to the ground level and let our clansmen go up to take a look. Chun Xiang said, Clan leader Tai, can you help me build some houses on the top of the mountains? No problem, leave this to us. We are the ones doing these things the most. Our Earth's core race only wants spar for food. We will give you all the spar we mine for you. We will go straight for a portion of what we need. Tai Li said, although it was an oral agreement, Chen Xiang trusted them a lot. What made Chen Xiang depressed was that the evil dragon graveyard was being watched by a group of people. Then I'll leave first. I might come back later. Chun Xiang flew out from the hole that was pierced by the energy just now. This was enough to build a city here. From the outside and the high alt. 1, 2. He could see that this place was surrounded by the body of a black dragon, but the sunlight was able to SHI plus any in, and he could see the dark blue sky. However, the surroundings were surrounded by a black energy. Chun Xiang closed his eyes, allowing himself and the underground dragon vein to sense the light, and then he controlled the black mist to block out the sunlight. This was because the Earth's core race was afraid of the sunlight, so they could only come out at night to build a house. Chun Xiang stepped on the shrinking step and rushed into the black mist. He was obstructed, and if it was anyone else, they would be bounced back the moment they touched the black mist, and if they were to come in contact with it from the outside, even if they didn't die, they would be heavily injured. It's good that so many people have come. I'll let them know that this place has been taken over by the dragon subduing school. Chun Xiang calculated in his heart. He wanted to let the people guarding outside know of the existence of the dragon subduing school. With the real killing G.O.D. white tiger accompanying him, even the strongest dragon would be annihilated. He was still hoping that someone would make a move against the white tiger, and at that time he would be able to enjoy the show. The demon empress, who originally wanted to leave, was no longer leaving. She no longer dared to have any ideas about the dragon fountain. That one strike just now had almost taken her life. Someone had appeared in the evil dragon graveyard, causing many big shots of great powers to lose their cool. They were worried that a new 10 Heavens Supreme Lord would be born. Who the HELL is this guy? He had actually acquired the dragon fountain. Chun Xiang is such a pity. It's all White Sea Imperial lands and Foam clans' fault for chasing him to the 10 Heavenly Sacred Mountain. Their whereabouts are unknown. Duan Sanchong muttered. Didn't someone use a secret method to calculate that he was still alive? Those traitors are even more worried about being able to survive in the 10 Heavenly Holy Mountain. Duan Kong laughed. The 10 Heavenly Sacred Mountain was the 10 Heavens Supreme Lord's tomb. Many people thought that if Chun Xiang could obtain the true inheritance from the 10 Heavens Supreme Lord, it would be the same as gaining the dragon's vein. Upon hearing Duan Kong's words, all the old fellows glared at him, Wisconsin +ing that they could annihilate the people from the Duan clan. Chun Xiang being attacked by the 10 Heavenly Holy Mountain is not a good thing at all. The green dragon, demon-slain broadsword, he controls is a huge threat to us. I hope he really tells the Super Martial School that he will not kill the innocent. As long as they were fiendish demons, there was no one who was not afraid of the divine blade that could slay demons. The demon empress can be at ease. I have come into contact with Chun Xiang before. He isn't an evil person. It's just that the evil person would provoke him and make him do many things that seem like he's guilty of. Furthermore, some of them used their sinister intentions to discredit Chun Xiang's image and killed him justifiably. Duan Kong sneered at the group of elders. No matter what, the green dragon, demon-slain broadsword, cannot fall into his hands. Of the ancient wasteland devil sect, Jiang Tianlu said while plussing his teeth. This guy was lucky enough to soar, but in order to take revenge on Chun Xiang, he chose to stay behind. Let's talk about this 3 realms talk. The patriarch of the devil race said. 3 realms talk? In short, I warn all those who did not offend Qin Xiang for the time being. You all better not be dragged into the water by others. It's not like you all do not know the outcome of being retaliated against by this little demon. Ancient Wasteland Devil Sect and the Blood Wolf Demonic Clan are good examples. Duan Kong sneered. The Blood Wolf Monster Clan was in the most miserable state. All of their members with the purest bloodlines died because they had accidentally entered the 10 heavenly sacred mountain to chase after Qin Xiang and killed him. Qin Xiang could hear the conversation outside from inside. Furthermore, the voices of the big figures were very loud, so much so that everyone in the world would want to hear it. What kind of background does the Demon Empress have? She seems to be injured. The little beauty's appearance is really pitiful. I really want to love her. Qin Xiang looked through the black mist and glanced at the spirit demon in the Demon Charming Association. He was standing at the edge of the evil dragon graveyard. Isn't your good brother over there? Use your D power to ask him. Long Shui said. As Duan Sanchong listened to the heads talking, who were filled with killing intent, a voice suddenly sounded out in his mind, causing him to stumble over his words. As Duan Sanchong listened to the heads talking, who were filled with killing intent, a voice suddenly sounded out in his mind, causing him to stumble over his words. Chang Zi, then what is the background of the Demon Empress? Ask her if she's willing to lead the goblins behind her to be my slave? Qin Xiang really asked. For the Demon Empress and the Demon Charming Association's strongest spirit to be his female slaves? Duan Sanchong was scared silly. He was really worried that the Demon Empress would know about his sound transmission. At the same time, he was also antic. 1. Aiding the reaction the little Demon Empress would have when she heard him. She's so beautiful. She needs a chest, a face, and even a group of little beauties to follow her. Why does she look like she's injured? Qin Xiang said again. Duan Sanchong took a deep breath to calm himself down. Bastard, that's the Demon Charming Association's Demon Empress. Those who come down from the Heaven Realm, not to mention the Heaven Realm's Demon Empress. Even the Demon Realm's little Demon Empress is extremely terrifying. Duan Sanchong hurriedly replied. Qin Xiang did not think so and laughed. What's wrong with that? Ask her, what's her name? Duan Sanchong snorted. If you want to know, ask yourself. No one here would dare to take liberties with the Demon Empress. Oh yeah, why aren't you dead yet? Do I look like someone who died casually? Qin Xiang laughed. You call that casual? After entering the 10 heavenly sacred mountain, the Feng Clan Son of Heaven and the Blood Wolf Demonic Clan's experts have all been wiped out. Duan Sanchong said snappily. The son of the Feng Clan's master deserves to die. The people who were chasing after me did not even have a good ending. Duan Sanchong suddenly looked around, following through the divine power that Qin Xiang had left in his mind. He used his divine sense to reply, Where are you? Why can't I see you? I'm in Evil Dragon Graveyard. Do you want to come in and take a look? Qin Xiang chuckled. What? In the Evil Dragon Graveyard, so the thing that was shot out just now was you. Previously, he was regretting that Qin Xiang did not obtain the dragon's vein. But now, Qin Xiang was inside the Evil Dragon Graveyard, and he was even safe and sound. What do you mean by shot out the thing that's me? Don't make it sound so bad. I am a future 10 Heavens Supreme Lord. Qin Xiang said in a stinky voice. He realized that after staying with Long Shui for a while, his brain would occasionally go crazy. But you don't have the Venerable One at all. Although Duan Sanchong said this, he was actually very happy in his heart. If Qin Xiang were to become a 10 Heavens Supreme Lord in the future, then he might be able to become a general or something. Qin Xiang said, I'm not talking nonsense with you. I'm going to appear and scare them. Duan Sanchong still wanted to know how Qin Xiang managed to enter the Evil Dragon Graveyard. However, Qin Xiang had already appeared, not with his original appearance, but with the appearance of a white tiger. Chen Xiang planned to pretend to be an expert with his white tiger's appearance. He wondered what kind of mood he would have if the white tiger knew that Chen Xiang had used his looks to trick him. Someone came out. Someone shouted with all his might. There was no need for him to shout. Many people had already seen it. "Everyone, I wonder what business do you have in coming to my dragon subduing school's territory?" Chen Xiang said. The voice and appearance he used now was that of a white tiger. Dragon subduing school? This is the territory of the dragon subduing school. So the dragon fountain belongs to the dragon subduing school? However, no one had ever heard of this dragon subduing school, nor had they heard of it. What right did they have to have the entire dragon fountain? This caused many ancient powers to feel extremely unhappy. Wisconsin H.I. Plus-ing that they could immediately smash this person to death. Hearing the words dragon subduing school, everyone looked at each other and shook their heads. "I am the great clan elder of the dragon subduing school. If there is anything the leader has to do, I will be going out." He said that he has gone to the Yu-Ming Deep Abyss. Chen Xiang said, there was a super old fire beast at the bottom of the Yu-Ming Deep Abyss. Chen Xiang felt that these ancient powers should know of it. "If you need anything, wait for leader to come back first." Long Shui snorted. "The great clan elder is mine. The big white cat can at most be a little elder." Chen Xiang sent a sound transmission to Duan Sanchong, asking him to act together with him. He didn't feel any pressure to act in front of the younger generation, but now that he was in front of a lot of antiques, he was willing to go all out. "Senior, do you know why your leader is going to the Yu-Ming Deep Abyss? That is a land of great calamity. A few years ago, I passed south by that place and discovered that there seemed to be a tomb there, but I didn't dare to go down." Duan Sanchong said, "I am just curious, whose tomb is that, to actually have your esteemed sex leader go there?" Even though no one in the dragon subduing school had heard of this before, it was impressive enough that he was able to enter the evil dragon graveyard. Just now, the demon empress had only used her consciousness to check, and she had nearly died. "I don't mind telling you, because other than our leader, no one else can go to the bottom of the Yu-Ming Deep Abyss." Chen Xiang laughed. "There really is a tomb there. Maybe you know that a profound realm appeared not far from there." When Chen Xiang obtained the green dragon demon-slain broadsword from a profound realm, many people knew about it. Other than the vermilion bird profound realm, who did not appear, the other 3 profound realms also appeared, and Chen Xiang was involved. However, until now, everyone had only seen Chen Xiang use green dragon demon-slain broadsword and had never seen the divine black tortoise and white tiger divine weapon appear before. No one in the white tiger divine weapon knew about it. Profound Wu diamond armor normally would not even come out of their bodies. Of course, no one would know. Moreover, many people only knew that the azure dragon divine weapon was a blade, and no one knew what the other 3 divine weapons were. Duan Sanchong inhaled a breath of cold air. Could it be that there is a black tortoise divine weapon in the Yu-Ming Deep Abyss? No wonder the black tortoise divine weapon did not appear when the profound realm opened it. These words were all taught to Duan Sanchong by Chen Xiang, and now even Duan Sanchong was almost tricked. Although they could not confirm whether what Chen Xiang said was true or false, many people present had their suspicions. Some of them had decided to go to the Yu-Ming Deep Abyss to take a look once the things here were settled. "Everyone, if there's nothing else, please leave." Chen Xiang cupped his hands to everyone. "Go back? How could this be?" This was a dragon vein. That was why 10 Heavens Supreme Lord was able to dominate the 9 heavens and the 10 earth because of this. Who wouldn't want to take over this dragon vein now? However, this dragon vein already had a master, and it seemed very powerful. Now that everyone had left, it wasn't as good as gone either. "Elder of the Dragon Subduing School, I wonder if we can experience the glory of the evil dragon graveyard. We're very curious about it." An old man from the Feng clan laughed. "Of course not." These words made everyone happy, but Chen Xiang then said, If everyone can resist the evil mist, then follow me. Everyone cursed in their hearts. If they had the ability to go in, they would have already killed their way in. Seeing Chun Xiang turning around and walking into the black mist, everyone panicked. One of them anxiously shouted, "Stop!" Chun Xiang did not stop and quickly walked into the black mist. However, he suddenly heard something. "Everyone, please follow me." Chun Xiang did not stop and quickly walked into the black mist. However, he suddenly heard something. "Everyone, please follow me." Whoever followed him in would be courting death. "Is there a dragon vein inside?" This was the voice of the Demon Empress, and upon seeing the Demon Empress speak, everyone was secretly happy because they thought that the Demon Empress might have a way to take down the dragon subduing school. That's right, do you want it? This was discovered by our dragon subduing school, and we have built a sect inside and begun to harvest sparas. Chun Xiang did not come out from the black mist. Although he had transformed into the white tiger, he did not have the strength of the white tiger. This kind of thing has always been first come, first served. I believe everyone should know about this rule. I believe that everyone here is here for the Dragon Meridian. Since the Dragon Meridian already has an owner, please go back. Chun Xiang's voice sounded out. Humph! This was nurtured by nature. It was bestowed to everyone by nature. What kind of dragon subduing school can you take over? The one who spoke was an elder of the Feng clan. Chun Xiang laughed. With our power to resist these evil beings, if you have the ability, you can come in and mine. But according to you, another day, can our dragon subduing school also go to your mines to mine sparas? We of the Demon Charming A.S. Association do not have any intention to fight. We just want to talk to the leader S of your sect. I will go to Yuming Deep Abyss to find him. The Demon Empress said, That's right. Our Flying Immortal School only wants to make friends with your sect. One more friend and one more power. We hope that he will be able to appear in our Three Realms talk. The Flying Immortal School said. Chun Xiang laughed. It's getting late. Everyone, please go back. After he finished this sentence, he no longer spoke to these people. This dragon subduing school was very mysterious. Before she knew the exact strength of the poison, Snake would not foolishly do such a vicious thing, and she did not have any thoughts of seizing the dragon vein right now, because she knew that this evil dragon graveyard was very powerful, and she had only released her own soul consciousness, yet she had suffered such a heavy injury. Someone who could control the evil dragon graveyard might even be able to make the evil dragon graveyard release a huge amount of power. Who exactly is this leader of the dragon subduing school? If an evil person were to talk about the dragon vein, it would be a disaster. An old man said. After Duan Kong heard this, he laughed coldly. It was only a disaster if traitors like you obtained the dragon's vein. This dragon subduing school seems to have more of a conscience than you guys. Just now he could have lured us in and attacked us, but he didn't do so. You will never be able to obtain the dragon fountain in your lifetime. You traitors will get your retribution sooner or later. Chun Xiang slipped out from the other side and headed towards Pill City to look for Li Baojun. He wanted to see how Li Baojun was doing, and there were still a lot of people guarding outside the evil dragon graveyard. Some people returned to Pill City, and some people went to Chun Marshall Continent to look for that Yuming Deep Abyss, to see if there were any more black tortoise divine weapons. It was said that it was the largest pill shop in the entire Pill City. Just the pill shop itself took up 2 sides of a street, and on both sides of the street were 3 to 4 floors with pavilions on 3 sides. Behind these pavilions were large amounts of medicinal plants growing in medicine gardens and the residences of many workers. Although this pill shop was very big and shocking, it did not have any compet. 1. Tive Power. Because it was no longer the most popular place in the Pill City, it only made many people curious in the beginning. However, after that no one cared about it. This pill shop had always had no name, but today it suddenly had a name. Moreover, this name was very shocking. Even the old people in the pill shop were shocked that this pill shop would actually be called Dragon Subduing Dan Hall. The evil dragon graveyard was occupied by the dragon subduing school, so many people knew about this matter. After all, there were many people present today, and now even the matter of the dragon's vein was known to many. Now that this pill shop was suddenly called the Dragon Subduing Dan Hall, they couldn't help but think about it. Dragon Subduing School restrained evil dragon graveyard and also took over the dragon vein. So the name Subduing Dragon didn't sound arrogant at all because Dragon Subduing School had done it. Chun Xiang was now in the Dragon Subduing Dan Hall, in a pavilion at the end of a street. Li Baojun was there. He was the pavilion master and even an elder of the Dragon Subduing School. He had bought this place and had used his outstanding alchemy skills to recruit some of the alchemists to concoct pills, in order to thank him for the longevity fruit that Chen Xiang had gifted to him. Li Baojun had even contributed a lot of spirit medicine to concoct pills, and inside the Dragon Subduing Dan Hall, there were many rare pills that Li Baojun had brought out. Hee, I knew you had a way to improve your business. I hope no one comes to cause trouble, or else I'll slap them to death. Li Baojun stood on the Dragon Subduing Dan Hall and looked at the lively shops on both sides of the street, his face full of smiles. Chun Xiang could not just let Li Baojun maintain the Dragon Subduing Dan Hall. He himself had to contribute a lot as well. Furthermore, it was not difficult for him at all. Elderly, send someone to investigate the prices and quant. 1. Tai of the Zhuji Dan in the elixir shop in Pill City. I have quite a few Zhuji Dan with me, Chun Xiang said. He planned to go into closed-door training for a period of time to get a few more precious medicines that would be popular and attract a lot of people over. He would not release a lot of them with his surname, as he would have a method to sell them at a very high price, which would attract a lot of people and at the same time make a lot of money. Investigate. I didn't think about it. I'm going to get someone to do it now, Li Baojun said. Chun Xiang thought for a while, then laughed. I have a suitable candidate. I will look for him myself. He took out a pill and handed it over to Li Baojun, saying, This is a high-quality eternal Dan. Prepare to auction it here. We need to make this remote area more lively, and make the lively area in Pill City more deserted. Middle heaven level pill, Eternal Dan. Its quality is very good, and it also has a bit of immortal energy. It should be made by a deity. Although there are a lot of Dan King in Dan City, the number of people who can refine Eternal Dan are probably not many, and can be counted on one's fingers. Li Baojun laughed. Leave this matter to me. Just then, Li Baojun and Chun Xiang saw many old fellows bringing some young, handsome men and women to the corner of the street. They were chatting and laughing as they walked over. Looks like there's no need to plan anymore. This bunch of fellows are probably here to cause trouble. However, no one will go against the pills, hee. Li Baojun laughed sinisterly. Chun Xiang had already known from the beginning that Li Tianjun was a sinister fellow, so his disciple was naturally no exception. However, Chun Xiang and Li Baojun were not worried at all. The moment they saw this group of people, they already knew that they had a way to deal with them. Table of contents, / However, Chun Xiang and Li Baojun were not worried at all. The moment they saw this group of people, they already knew that they had a way to deal with them. Table of contents, / Elderly, this is a live auction. I will compete with these guys later. No matter what, I can't sell these Eternal Dan to them. Chun Xiang lowered his voice. I think that the Demon Empress of the Demon Charming AS Association might buy it. The Demon Empress tested the waters of the evil dragon graveyard and found that she was heavily injured. Although her complexion looked good, her injuries were severe, and Chun Xiang could feel it. Chun Xiang quietly left and blended into the crowd of spectators, preparing to join hands with Li Baojun to make the Dragon Subduing Dan Hall even more famous. Welcome to our side. Li Baojun laughed loudly above the pavilion. There were more than 200 people that had come. The Feng Clan, White Sea Imperial Land, Qin Family, Peach Blossom Imperial Land, and the other ancient powers were still walking ahead aggressively. Since the people from Devil Realm and the Demon Realm did not come, they did not dare to walk around the place where there were more people. Just as an elder of the Feng clan was about to inquire about the dragon's subduing school, he heard Li Baojun laugh and say, "It's rare for you all to be here. In order to welcome me, I will take out the Eternal Dan that I just refined and start the auction. How about it?" Eternal Dan. Hearing the name of this pill, many people immediately looked at how many spars they had and did not have the time to ask the dragon subduing school about it. Although they did not need any Eternal Dan right now, they could still use this pill for future uses, and the healing speed of this pill was much faster than the Relive Dans, and it even contained a large amount of energy. Although Dan City was a group of Dan King, Eternal Dan rarely appeared, and there were not many that could be refined. Since Li Baojun was able to take it out now, it meant that this dragon subduing Dan Hall had a very powerful Dan King. Dan King S, who could refine mid-grade heaven level pills, had a high level of wealth. Their pill refining level far exceeded those rookie Dan King S, who could only refine low-grade heaven level S. Originally, many of the Dan King S who wanted to cause trouble had their heads lowered because they knew that Dan King had strength that far Serpa S said them. If they came here to create a scene, they would only smash their own toes. Seeing everyone's expressions, Li Baojun secretly laughed. He was very satisfied with the result. He was also curious in his heart where Chun Xiang obtained the Eternal Dan. Pavilion Masterly, what is the quality of your Eternal Dan? Her deep, purple-colored dress was extremely dazzling amongst the crowd, and coupled with her peerlessly beautiful face, of the girls in the crowd, only Yao Shumi and Mu Jialan, the mother and daughter, could stand shoulder to shoulder with her. Good quality, Li Baojun thought. The strength of this demon empress made him very uncomfortable. Even though she was injured, even though she was a delicate woman, the dense demonic energy in her body was extremely terrifying. However, Li Baojun knew that the person Qin Xiang wanted to trap was the demon empress who came from the heaven realm. It was said that she was also one of the leaders of a large force in the sky demon realm. Although the demon empress was present, many of the giants of the ancient powers were unwilling to be outdone. They had at least inherited it for many years, and compared to their ancient inheritance, the demon empress was basically just a little girl. Since it's of high quality, I bid 300 billion spar. The demon empress said lightly. Everyone cursed in their hearts. If the demon empress had gone to the heaven realm, then this 300 billion would be more than enough to purchase an Eternal Dan. In the mortal realm, pills were much more expensive than those in the sacred Dan realm and the heaven realm. Because the medicinal resources in the mortal realm were much more scarce, it was difficult for everyone to understand why the demon empress did not directly return to the heaven realm to purchase pills, but instead NET had pills from them here. I bid 350 billion. Chun Xiang said calmly. He knew the reason why the little demon empress wanted to buy the Eternal Dan was because the Eternal Dan was of high quality. This kind of quality was rarely seen even in the heaven realm, and it was extremely difficult to concoct pills with demons, so they would not let go if there was a chance to. Chun Xiang also thought of another reason, which was that even if they used pills to refine pills, especially for the heaven realm rankers, pills were the best. If they could gather a lot of high-quality heaven-level pills, they could let the Dan Immortal refine them into higher-rank pills, or even concoct immortal pills. 330 billion. An old man shouted. To these ancient powers, hundreds of billions of spar were no problem. They had been in their heritage for many years and had mined many sparite vein. Someone was arguing with the demon empress, so Chun Xiang didn't need to personally do anything. He just watched quietly from the side, while Li Baojun also arranged for some people to spread the news, letting the alchemist in Pill City know that the Eternal Dan were being auctioned here. Even if this place became remote in the future, dragons subduing Dan Hall would still be very lively. The compet tie-in at the scene was extremely intense, and the only person who could continue to hold on was the little demon empress. She offered a very high price, and every increase was very brutal, forcing many old fellows to retreat. 900 billion. It was said that the demon charming association occupied many large mines in the demon realm. It was said that there weren't many resources in the demon realm, and they were all concentrated in some places. It was just that they were all occupied by the demon charming association. The scene was completely silent. Eternal Dan was indeed very valuable, but if they were to continue fighting, many of the powers would not be able to accept it. If it was in the sacred Dan realm or immortal world, it would at most be 200 to 300 billion. Just as the demon empress thought that no one could compete with her, Qin Xiang shouted calmly, 10 billion! The demon empress turned her head to look at Qin Xiang. She remembered that the first person to bid with her was this guy, and then he disappeared. This auction is being held on the spot. It makes people suspect that you were specially arranged by the dragon subduing Dan Hall. Isn't that a scam? The little demon empress expression was calm, and her voice was gentle, but it carried a hint of dissatisfaction. At this moment, everyone was looking at Li Baojun. Qin Xiang had changed his appearance before, and he looked very ordinary, not like a rich person. However, looking at the calmness on which he increased the price, it should be something. Qin Xiang smiled slightly. Demon Empress, are you looking down on me? Don't think that just because you came down from the heaven realm that you are impressive. I am not looking down on you. I am merely suspecting you in a very normal manner. It is likely that many people here are thinking the same thing. The Demon Empress said, you have to take out some proof, or else the dragon, subduing Dan Hall, will send someone to help you raise the price. Even if you bought it, you wouldn't need to pay the spar. Qin Xiang was still smiling slightly. Is the little demon empress unable to afford the eternal Dan? Since you want the evidence, I'll show it to you. Then he took out a longevity fruit and held it up high. Seeing the longevity fruit that was raised up high, everyone on the street was stunned like they were stone statues. Was this the longevity fruit that caused an uproar in Dan City? This was a genuine immortal fruit, and one of them could concoct an immortal pill. Many people wished they could cut off Qin Xiang's hand and take it away with the longevity fruit. Li Baojun sucked in a small breath. He had only heard of longevity fruit, but didn't know that the longevity fruit grew up to be like this. Qin Xiang actually had two. Li Baojun sucked in a small breath. He had only heard of longevity fruit, but didn't know that the longevity fruit grew up to be like this. Qin Xiang actually had two. Compared to longevity fruit, Eternal Dan was like a grain of rice or a mountain. How could a person with a longevity fruit not be able to afford it? Everyone was sure that this was the person who issued the bounty order a while ago to ask for other people's help in refining pills. They had looked for him with much difficulty, especially the people from the Feng clan. Reading net right now, there were a lot of people who wanted to capture Qin Xiang, but no one dared to make a move. Since the other party dared to casually bring out the longevity fruit, they must have some skills. No one wanted to be the leader. Now, no one dared to say that they were the strongest in this area. Even the Demon Empress, who was extremely powerful, had suffered a great loss in the evil dragon graveyard. Demon Empress, I have 10 or so face-preserving pills here, all of them high-quality ones from the ground level. If you need them, I can sell them to you right now. Qin Xiang chuckled. No need. He could buy the face-preserving pill in the heaven realm. Li Baojun deliberately coughed twice and said, 90 billion. Is there anyone else who wants to increase the bid? After Li Baojun finished speaking, he purposely paused for a bit longer. The little demon empress clenched her teeth and shouted, 95 billion. Qin Xiang did not add anything else. He felt that it was worth it to sell a eternal Dan at this price. At the same time, it could allow Dragon Subduing School to own up to 1 trillion spar as a resource for development. Looks like this demon empress has many enemies in the heaven realm. She was injured here, and she wants to rest here before going up, in case she gets chased by the enemy and is unable to retaliate. Su Meiyao guessed that if she was the one doing the same, she would also think of a way to recover from her injuries before going up. Many people thought of this and were secretly amazed at the terror of the evil dragon graveyard. The little demon empress had only used her power to investigate for a bit, but she was already hit by such a serious counterattack. Chun Xiang quickly left the street, getting rid of the people following him. He believed that it wouldn't be long before the place became even more lively. Li Baojun had the 95 billion spar as his foundation, making it convenient for him to purchase large amounts of medicinal ingredients and recruit alchemists. Chun Xiang had even secretly sent a message to the Dan Fragrance Pure Land to cooperate with him and provide him with medicine as much as possible. In any case, the medicine shop business of the Dan Fragrance Pure Land here was only average. When Dan Fragrance Pure Land receives Chun Xiang's message, he will do so because the communication method Chun Xiang uses is only available to Dan Fragrance Pure Land S. This is equivalent to being an order from leader. Chun Xiang came to the city of the king. It was the oldest city in the continent of the king, so it was very cheap to go to Pill City from here. The city of the king was also considered to be one of the larger cities in the south. Chun Xiang had come here to find Lan Lan and Yin Yanran, and at that time, Chun Xiang had invited them to join the Dragon Subduing School. At first, Beast Martial School was evenly matched with Super Martial School. However, because of the appearance of Huang Jintian, Super Martial School became more and more powerful, and left many sects in Chun Martial Continent far behind. The Beast Martial School did not have a lot of businesses here, and only had a store that specialized in selling beasts. Chun Xiang had heard Yin Yanran say that she was the owner of the shop before, and that she had used her own spar to support this shop. It had nothing to do with the Beast Martial School anymore. This shop was a little deserted, because there were too many of these shops. If Yin Yanran was not a famous beauty, she would not have been able to manage this shop a long time ago. And Lan Lan's potential were both pretty good, and they could be trusted. They had once lived together for a period of time. Yin Yanran, your shop has expired. If you want to continue running your shop, you have to hand in your spar. A man shouted sinisterly, his eyes carrying a hint of evil, making Yin Yanran very angry. Even though Yin Yanran was wearing a simple yellow dress, she was as charming as ever. Her temperament was not affected in the slightest by the cheap clothes. Chun Xiang stood at the entrance of the shop, and upon seeing this scene he slightly frowned. As I said before, this shop belongs to me forever. There is no such thing as not expiring and expiring. I also pay taxes every year on time. Do you come here every 2 or 3 days to cause trouble for me? Do you think I don't know what your intentions are? Yin Yanran said coldly, "Humph. It's true that you bought this land, but you didn't. The sky above this land is always the sky, and the flying beasts you tamed often flew above it. It can be considered as you taking over the sky. That would be a total of 1 billion spar for 1 year." The golden-robed man said, 1 billion spar for a year. You're not going to S-N-A-T-C H it from me like that. Yin Yanran was enraged. Her 10 jade fingers suddenly revealed sharp claws, like a cat's claws. You dare to attack me? Ha ha! Don't you see how many people I've brought? The golden-robed man laughed heartily and then shouted out, "Someone, arrest this woman and try to attack me!" "Yes, my lord!" An armored soldier shouted, and then brought a few people to walk towards Yin Yanran. Chun Xiang didn't know why he was bullied like that when he was doing so badly. He guessed that Yin Yanran must be on bad terms with the Beast Martial School. Maybe he had already been expelled. But wasn't she on good terms with Lan Lan? No power in the continent of the king would dare to bully a blue blood race that relied on Lan Lan. "Hey, can't you see the people from City Lord's mansion are here on official business? Get out of here." The golden-robed man was extremely arrogant, shouting at Chun Xiang. When Chun Xiang stepped into the shop, he released his D power and controlled the door to close up. When he saw Chun Xiang's expression, he knew that Chun Xiang was Russ. Plussing towards him. Chun Xiang extended his hand and summoned several of them. At the same time, he grabbed towards the few soldiers that were near to Yan Yanran. Like sharp blades, they instantly pierced through the hard armor on their bodies and left behind Biel. Oh, holes. Chun Xiang swung his power and threw these people out from the roof. The golden-robed man's face was filled with anger. His arrogance remained. Just as he was about to speak, Chun Xiang interrupted him. Don't tell me who your father is. It will only make you get beaten up even more. As he spoke, Chun Xiang slapped out his palm. Even though he was still quite a few steps away from the golden-robed man, he struck out with his palm, accurately hitting the man's face. The man screamed and flew to a cabinet. His face was no longer the same as before, and he was slapped hard by Chun Xiang using his devil-subduing method. Yanran, who is this guy? Chun Xiang asked. Yanran, who is this guy? Chun Xiang asked. Yanran originally did not know who the person who saved him was. But she quickly guessed that this was the Chun Xiang rumored to have unknown life and death within the 10 heavenly sacred mountain. She had heard about the matter of the dragon subduing school a few days ago, and even occupied one of the dragon veins. At that time, she had even suspected that the dragon subduing school was not the one Chun Xiang had established. Now that Chun Xiang had appeared in front of her, she was convinced that the dragon subduing school inside the evil dragon graveyard was definitely established by him, a son of the city lord. Yan Yanran heaved a sigh of relief. She had originally planned to kill this guy and leave. Releasing his divine power, Chun Xiang quickly found the city lord's mansion within the city. After that, he faced the direction of the city lord's mansion and brought up the golden-robed man. Humph! Chun Xiang's snort was like thunder, producing an extremely strong impact. The golden-robed man was struck and sent flying by the powerful impact, flying straight towards the city lord's mansion, through many buildings along the way, and finally SMAs. Plussing into city lord's mansion's door plaque. Boom! Pack up. Come with me to find Sister Blue. Chun Xiang said. Yan Yanran looked at Chun Xiang with her alluring eyes, her face revealing a smile. But her face quickly darkened. Something has happened to Lan Lan. I don't know where she is right now. The matter between Lan Lan and I is a long story. Yan Yanran roared. He called back many birds and beasts and stored them in the profound beast bag. Then he cleaned up a little and followed Chun Xiang out of the shop. Just as they stepped out of the shop, they saw a large group of people surrounding them. All of them were dressed in armor and were extremely powerful, so it was obvious that they were from City Lord's mansion. After that, a luxurious carriage slowly drove over. Yan Yanran suddenly held Chun Xiang's hand tightly and said softly, City Lord is here. City of the King is no longer controlled by the human emperor. You must be careful. Was surprised that the city of the king was not controlled by the human king himself. However, he was not worried about the city lord, as he had only endured 4 or 5 nirvana tribulations and was not a threat to him at all. You were the one who injured my son. The city lord sat in the carriage and asked indifferently. His voice carried a trace of anger, looking at him. It looked as though he could kill Chun Xiang with a slap. That's right. You don't have to thank me for sparing your life. The reason why I beat him at City Lord's mansion's doorstep is to lure you out. Chun Xiang said indifferently. Impudent. Take him down. Although his strength could not be considered to be at the top, but if one relied on relations, many experts would still give him face. Chun Xiang sneered. He opened up both of his arms and released a low grunt. The people Russ, plus-ing towards him were suddenly blocked by something, and it was as though they had struck STURDY wall. This group of punks, don't hinder me, get lost. Chun Xiang bellowed. A gust of wind surged out from his mouth, transforming into a golden dragon that bared its fangs and brandished its claws, enveloping the soldiers in an earth-shattering manner. How dare you resist in front of me? City Lord bellowed. He controlled the carriage and rushed towards Chun Xiang. I am the city lord of the city of the king. You have resisted me and made many other powers of the city of the king your enemy. You do not know what's good for you." When the carriage arrived, the city lord let out a wave of cold sneers. Yanran was not the least bit worried about Qinxiang. Someone who could survive the 10 heavenly sacred mountain definitely did not need to worry about her. The strong and dy horses crashed against a transparent wall, with their heads bleeding from the impact. If not for the city lord using his innate qi to stabilize the carriage would have fallen apart. "You are courting death. I was just worried that you would not have anything for me to train with." A gold light suddenly shot out from between Qinxiang's eyebrows. The dense divine power suddenly surged out. Following that, his body ignited in flames, which flew out from his body and turned into a fire dragon, flying towards the carriage. City Lord was shocked because he realized that he was inside a seal and that there were invisible walls all around him. He could not even release his power, and he suddenly realized that the person in front of him was very strong, and he even had a strange technique. The flames released by Qinxiang had wrapped up the carriage, turning it into a ball of fire, floating in mid-air and burning it, while the city lord inside was wailing frantically. If one looked carefully, they would see that the scene was similar to that of the alchemist. That's right. Qinxiang was using the heavenly alchemy. The heavenly alchemy could refine all living things in the world, and naturally it also included people. Of course, Qinxiang did not want to refine people into pellets right now. He did not have that kind of ability. The big battle that had happened here had alarmed many people, and it was the city lord himself who had come out to fight. However, when many experts arrived, they saw the strange scene in the sky. A huge ball of flame was floating in the sky, burning fiercely like a medicinal herb in a furnace. The magic method furnace that Qinxiang had released was extremely huge. It could hold a horse carriage. His flames were extremely terrifying, and for people with similar strength as him, it was difficult for them to resist the heaven fire that he summoned with all his strength. In just a few moves, City Lord was already severely injured. These things in the carriage were all impurities and were quickly melted away. The innate qi and the flesh within the city Lord gradually separated. The refined innate qi turned into a ball of white mist and rose to the top of the pill furnace, while the flesh also turned into white ash that contained pure energy, fusing with the innate qi. Qinxiang never thought that it would actually be possible to refine a person into a pill, but he still felt that he was missing something, and controlling it was also very difficult. Boof! Qinxiang's gigantic pill furnace had exploded. This was the explosion of a Nirvana stage expert. Its power was boundless, and many shops were affected if not for the magic method furnace blocking it. Countless of deaths would have been caused. City of the King was immediately shaken. The center area was shrouded in a layer of dense innate qi energy. It was completely filled with white mist, and a large group of experts rushed over. "Hurry up!" Qinxiang pulled Yanran, stepped on the shrinking step, and disappeared in the smoke. Yanran had seen Qinxiang use magic method furnace to refine pills. Even if she was not proficient in pill refining, she could tell that Qinxiang had treated the city lord as a pill and had almost succeeded. However, she was still unable to control herself in the end and caused the furnace to explode. This caused her heart to be filled with shock. She did not expect that Qinxiang had actually mastered the heaven-defying ability of refining living people into pills. If this were to spread out, he would definitely be hunted down by the different realms, because this was something that the heavens could not tolerate. Qinxiang originally only planned to refine that guy to death, but then he suddenly felt that he could succeed, and then he tried it. Who knew that it would work? And it was just that he was worried about being discovered. So he didn't have the heart to continue, and in the end caused an explosion. Qinxiang and Yanran were still in the city of the king, so they were hiding in the most secluded area. Qinxiang and Yanran were still in the city of the king, so they were hiding in the most secluded area. City Lord was killed, causing a sensation in the entire city. Even the surrounding cities were shocked. City Lord's strength was not considered strong, but the power behind the City Lord was strong. It was equivalent to provoking a superpower. Yanran, what happened? Chun Xiang caressed Yanran's mature and charming cheeks. Yanran and Chun Xiang were hiding in a very old house, sitting on a stone table. She sighed lightly. I have been expelled by the Beast Martial School, and without the protection of the Beast Martial School, even with my current strength, I can only swallow my anger. Don't we still have Sister Lan? With your relations, I plus P with her. She can make blue blood race protect you. Frowned. Previously Yanran said that something had happened to Lan, and he prayed that nothing big would happen to Lan. A year ago, when Flying Immortal School's youngest son, Wu Jingsheng, came to City of the King, he took a fancy to Lan and entangled him in every way possible. In the end, he even used an extremely despicable method to drug Lan. Then, she came to me and joined hands with me to cripple Wu Jingsheng. Chun Xiang sensed Yanran's aura and discovered that Yanran was actually in the Nirvana realm. Yanran continued. After crippling Wu Jingsheng, both Lan and I were captured, and at that time I was kicked out of Beast Martial School, so Beast Martial School didn't want to offend Flying Immortal School. That old fellow from the blue blood race came out and asked for Lan back, but I was still imprisoned in the Flying Immortal School. Leader of the Flying Immortal School forced Lan to marry Wu Jingsheng, or else he would kill me. Lan felt that this matter was caused by her, so she agreed. She went to Flying Immortal School a year ago and decided to get married the moment Wu Jingsheng recovered from his injuries. Chun Xiang raised his eyebrows. Didn't Sister Lan's grandfather love her a lot? Why don't you help her get you back? And when Lan was drugged, her grandfather did not help. Her grandfather had gone into closed-door training, and those old fellows usually hated Lan. They all wanted him to marry out as soon as possible, and Lan had even said that the matter of the forced marriage was related to those old fellows. I was going to look for you, but you've been having a lot of big things these days. Yanran suddenly grabbed Chun Xiang's hand. With tears in her beautiful eyes, she said, Chun Xiang, you cannot let Lan marry that guy, I beg you. Chun Xiang used his thumb to wipe away the tears on her face and nodded. You are all from the Dragon Subduing School. How can I, the leader, sit idly by and do nothing? I will definitely save her. Let's do it now. I have a grudge with Flying Immortal School. Yanran dried his eyes and revealed a charming smile to Chun Xiang. Something big happened in the City of the King. It alarmed the Flying Immortal School, and they sent many people to find Yanran, who was together with Chun Xiang. It was extremely safe. Yanran, I will go to Flying Immortal School by myself. I will bring you to the Dragon Subduing Dan Hall at Pill City. You will be very safe there. Chun Xiang said. Yanran now completely listened to Chun Xiang's arrangements. Previously, she was already extremely worried that something would happen to Chun Xiang inside the 10 Heavenly Sacred Mountain. But now that Chun Xiang was able to return and make the Dragon Subduing School into an unfathomable sect, she was very happy in her heart. Chun Xiang brought Yanran to the Dragon Subduing Dan Hall in Pill City, and even arranged for Yanran to do some things. For example, he wanted to investigate the sales situation and prices of the other large medicine stores. At this time, a piece of bad news came. It was that Lan of the Blue Blood Race and Wu Jingsheng of the Flying Immortal School were preparing to hold a big wedding at the Flying Immortal School, inviting many famous clans and aristocrats here. It was said that most of the ancient powers in the south had been invited. The Flying Immortal School was originally hidden deep in the ancient mountains, but now the entire vicinity of the mountain gate was filled with cities. Chun Xiang followed a group of people and used the transmission array to teleport to the Flying Immortal City. Chun Xiang knew from Yanran, that the authority over City of the King was something that the Divine Martial Palace sold to him. Martial families and blue blood race normally did not bother with these matters, so he did not object, allowing the power of the Flying Immortal School to grow. He only worried that he would be besieged by a group of rankers in the Flying Immortal School. One must know that there were a lot of people who came to attend the Flying Immortal School's grand wedding, and there were even some immortals who would definitely not allow such things to happen in the Flying Immortal School. Furthermore, the Flying Immortal School itself did not allow such things to happen. Furthermore, Yanran had been saved by an expert. They knew of the relations H-I plus P between Yanran and Lanlan. If Yanran sent that expert to save Lanlan, it would be a very normal thing. In order to allow Lanlan to marry out successfully, the blue blood race had brought along many strong experts. Now, even the Flying Immortal City was very strict, and the disciples of the Flying Immortal School could often be seen sing by on the streets. Standing on the towers in the Flying Immortal School, one could see that in the distance there was a mountain covered by clouds and mist. The Flying Immortal School's base was on the summit of this mountain, and it was not long ago either. And in the forests near this mountain, all of them were disciples of the Flying Immortal School. Those who were not invited could not enter this forest. Otherwise, they would definitely be apprehended. At this time, only people with status pas said through the gates to the mountain forest. They were invited by the Flying Immortal School to partake. 1. P ate in the wedding, and Qinxiang discovered a few strong old fellows. Many people stood there and watched as the others went to attend the wedding. At the same time, they also wanted to see the glory of the disciples of the famous sections. Qinxiang suddenly sensed a very familiar aura, and if he was not very meticulous in his senses, he might not have noticed it. Qinxiang immediately looked at a middle-aged man among the crowd. This middle-aged man had a mustache that had been cut in two, and his expression was sluggish. Qinxiang walked over, patted the middle-aged man's shoulders, and then said with sound transmission, "Intestine, what are you doing here?" Seeing that Qinxiang had turned into a refined scholar, he secretly cursed in his heart and replied, "Qinxiang, why is it that you discover me first every time?" Qinxiang laughed. "If you had discovered me, I would not have lived past today. Last time I said that I would dig out the ancestors' grave of Flying Immortal School. This time, I think it's a chance for them to get married." Duan Sanchong whispered to Qinxiang. The corner of Qinxiang's mouth twitched. To think that this fellow would take the chance to dig up someone's ancestral grave after someone else's wedding. However, this was a good thing. If on the same day Flying Immortal School's wedding was destroyed and his ancestral grave dug out by someone, Flying Immortal School would definitely die from laughter. To an ancient power, this would be an enormous humiliation. Duan Sanchong brought Qinxiang to the place where he was staying. It was a very cheap house. Duan Sanchong also told Qinxiang that he often came to the vicinity of the Flying Immortal School to investigate the condition of the Flying Immortal School's ancestral grave, so that he could easily make a move. Duan Sanchong brought Qinxiang to the place where he was staying. It was a very cheap house. Duan Sanchong also told Qinxiang that he often came to the vicinity of the Flying Immortal School to investigate the condition of the Flying Immortal School's ancestral grave, so that he could easily make a move. "Brat, what are you doing here?" Did he want to destroy it? I advise you not to. Flying Immortal School and Blue Blood Race have teamed up, and there are still many distinguished guests present. You won't have the chance. It's better if you come with me to steal the tomb. After my investigation, the vigilance towards the ancestral tomb has relaxed a lot. The old man guarding the tomb has been arranged to go to protect the wedding. Duan Sanchong said. He had long wanted to pull Qinxiang into the Duan clan and nurture him into an outstanding grave robber. I'm going to save someone. That Lanlan is an elder of my dragon subduing school. She forced me to marry her. As her leader, I cannot sit idly by. Qinxiang's voice was stern. What? That means you were the one who saved the 9 lives demon cat in City of the King? Killed the city lord? Duan Sanchong asked in surprise. 9 lives demon cat? You are talking about Yan Yanran. She is also an elder of my dragon subduing school. What do you think? Duan Sanchong could not calm himself down and said, "This 9 lives demon, cat, does not have a small background. Many people have their eyes on her. It is said that it was given to the son of the city lord. But because of how Lon Lon feels, the son of the city lord does not dare to be too unyielding. 9 lives demon cat." Chun Xiang knew that Yanran was just like a cat when it fought. His movements were agile and had strong claws. She was actually a mutated beast. It is said that she had 9 lives and her body resembled that of a cat's. Brother Shin, you've picked up a treasure. Oh, right. How did you get into a fight with Lon Lon and the cat demon? I said you were already someone with a wife, but you're still so dishonest. Duan Sanchong was very jealous. Qin Xiang rolled her eyes at him. Don't spout nonsense. Yanran is my good friend. Lon Lon is equivalent to my sister. It was only after they joined me that I thought of the name Dragon Subduing School. There are only 2 days left before our wedding. What do you plan to do? Duan Sanchong asked. What, only 2 days? Didn't you say that there are still 7 or 8 days left? Qin Xiang was shocked. They were worried that an accident might happen, so they moved ahead. Qin Xiang stood up and said, I want to go in now. What about you? Naturally, I'm going to dig their tomb. If possible, you'd better help me create a big commotion. If the person guarding the tomb is lured away, it'll be easier for me to take action. Duan Sanchong laughed. Then Yao Shumi and Mu Jialan from Peach Blossom Imperial Land came to find me. This mother and daughter pair have been looking for you for a long time. It seems like they want to befriend you. Hee, this is a mother and daughter pair of flowers. Cough, cough. Can you not think of me as so evil? If you meet them, tell them, and I'll talk to them sometime. After Chun Xiang and Duan Sanchong finished talking, he asked Long Shui to use the Heaven Tour method to look for Lon Lon inside the Flying Immortal School. Duan Sanchong and Qin Xiang said their goodbyes as he had to make some preparations for robbing the tomb. Waiting until the night, Qin Xiang turned into A, B, U, T, Turfly, and flew into the deep forest. Although it was already late at night, the deep forest was still heavily guarded. This Flying Immortal School was an ancient power with a lot of disciples. The entire Flying Immortal Mountain was guarded by a large number of Flying Immortal School disciples. The spirit energy in the forest was extremely dense, and it was normal for there to be a few small birds flying here and there. The Flying Immortal School was built on top of a mountain, and from afar, it looked like a grand heavenly palace floating in the clouds. There were tens of thousands of buildings and countless courtyards within this huge palace. It was as if the stars could be picked at any time in the night sky. The moonlight shone on the buildings, and the immortal atmosphere intensified. At this time, the Flying Immortal School's gate was completely red, and there were many disciples working nervously, still busy with preparations for the grand marriage. She is inside a 5-story tall building. However, this building is sealed by a very strong spirit formation. It is difficult to enter, and it is also very difficult to exit. Long Shui said, Lon Lon had an innate ability to make herself invisible. If she did not have a protective barrier, escaping would not be a problem at all, and when she was invisible, it would be difficult for others to detect her. So even after the wedding, she would still be imprisoned. That's why Yin Yanran begged Qin Xiang to save Lon Lon. Lon Lon stood in front of the window and pouted his lips slightly. She was still a 15 or 16-year-old girl, cute and beautiful, wearing a blue dress. Her watery big eyes were S-H-I +ning with a blue glow. She was currently in a bad mood. She rolled the ends of her hair with her fingers and raised her head to look at the beautiful full moon. She wished that she could fly up there so that Flying Immortal School and the rest could never find her. Chun Xiang flew into the Flying Immortal School and turned into the appearance of a bird. On a big tree outside the tower, he observed the situation of the tower, and when he saw Lon Lan's appearance, he could not help but feel his heart ache. Reaching here, Qin Xiang already had a plan, which was to find the Flying Immortal School's youngest son Wu Jingsheng. Then he changed into Wu Jingsheng's appearance and brought him away. If you don't see her, hurry up and get lost. Lon Lon turned his head towards the door and shouted, If you PIS me off, I'll let you guys see my death. If my grandfather comes out of seclusion and finds out what happened to me, even if my grandfather risked his life, he would still annihilate your flying immortal school. Her grandfather's position in the blue blood race was not low. He was strong, and if she committed suicide, that old fellow would definitely go crazy after he came out from closed-door cultivation. In 2 days I'm going to pay my respects. If you don't behave yourself, I'll kill that cat demon. Think about it clearly. A voice came from outside the door. Chen Xiang guessed that it was Wu Jingsheng. Lon Lon didn't know that Yan Yanran had been saved by Chen Xiang, and that she was practically isolated from the world. Yet the Flying Immortal School was still using this matter to threaten her. The relations, H-I plus P between Lon Lon and Lon Lon was really good. If not, she wouldn't be threatened like that. This tower had 5 floors. Lon Lon was on the 3rd floor, and the 2 floors below and above were filled with many experts. The entire tower was also covered by a powerful barrier, and 2 elders guarded the entrance of the tower. Wu Jingsheng came out. It was a man who looked too drunk. His face was pale. As the son of the Flying Immortal School, he had a good face. He had come alone. Chun Xiang memorized Wu Jingsheng's appearance and every single action he took. Only after he walked a distance away did he turn into Wu Jingsheng and walk back into the tower. Little Gongzi, why are you back? Are you in a hurry to eat that little girl? An old man saw that Wu Jingsheng had returned and laughed. Then she opened the barrier and let Chen Xiang in. I'm going to screw her up in the next 2 days, so she won't look like she's going to make a fool of herself. Chen Xiang said. He walked in, went up the stairs, and arrived at the 3rd floor. Behind him followed an old man. Chen Xiang lightly knocked on the door, only to hear Lon Lon shouting, Get out of here! I want to have some peace and quiet! Chen Xiang lightly knocked on the door, only to hear Lon Lon shouting, Get out of here! I want to have some peace and quiet! Chen Xiang laughed and signaled an elder who was following him to open the door. Chen Xiang was unable to open the door because there was the force of the barrier. Seeing the door open, and the Wu Jingsheng she hated the most, Lon Lon shouted, Don't come over, if not I will! Lon Lon wanted to kill herself, but she was also worried about Yan Yanran, so she could only bear with it. Sister Blue, it's me. I've become that guy's face. Chen Xiang's expression did not change at all as he sent a sound transmission to Lon Lon. Then he waved to the old man beside him, signaling him to leave. The old man retreated and closed the door. Lon Lon stood there dumbly, his face filled with disbelief. Have you forgotten? We made a trade with you in the evil demon, and you are even an elder of the dragon subduing school. Chen Xiang sent a sound transmission to Lon Lon again with a smile on his face. Bad brother, it's really you. Lon Lon almost pounced over, but when he saw that it was the annoying Wu Jingsheng, he could not help but snort. You've turned into that guy's appearance. It's really annoying. I really want to beat you up. Chen Xiang chuckled and returned to his original appearance. When Lon Lon saw that Chen Xiang was even younger and more handsome than before, she could not help but laugh. Bad brother, I knew that when you came, you would save me. Lon Lon threw himself into Chen Xiang's embrace, using her well-developed chest that did not match her outer appearance to rub against Chen Xiang. No wonder big sister Yinya mentioned you from time to time. This cat demon is completely enchanted by you. Stupid girl, say bad things about her behind her back. Be careful that I don't tell her. Chen Xiang pinched her cute face and laughed. By the way, how is she now? I haven't seen her in a long time. Lan Lan's face was full of worry. She was rescued by me a few days ago, and the entire city of the king knows that she is being saved, but that Wu Jingsheng is still lying to you. Chen Xiang's words caused Lan Lan to fly into a rage. This guy is too despicable. When Lan Lan saw Chen Xiang, his mood became much better. Bad brother, this place is heavily guarded. Do you have any way to bring me out? Of course, I have so many ways. Suddenly, Long Shui said, The real Wu Jingsheng is back. He is actually back. Qin Xiang's expression changed. This would definitely expose his intentions. He had to quickly bring Lan Lan away. Cooperate with me a bit and come with me. Wu Jingsheng is coming back. Qin Xiang said anxiously, and then changed into Wu Jingsheng's appearance again. If you pretend to faint, I'll carry you out and make those old guys think that I'm going to do something to you. Qin Xiang laughed awkwardly. Lan Lan giggled, and then immediately fell back onto Qin Xiang's suspicion and said tenderly, Bad brother, don't be mean to me. With that he fainted. Qin Xiang carried Lan Lan and opened the door, then hastily walked down the stairs. When he arrived at the door, an old man couldn't help but be surprised when he saw how anxious Lan Lan was, but his face was filled with an ambiguous smile. I will leave first. I will bring this girl back before daybreak. Qin Xiang deliberately let out a few evil laughs, then rushed out while carrying Lan Lan. After confirming that there was no one watching, Qin Xiang put Lan Lan down and let out a sigh of relief. Bad brother, you're so awesome. Flying Immortal School is so strict. You actually came in so easily and took me away so easily. Lan Lan pinched Qin Xiang's handsome face as if he was a child. One must know that Lan Lan was much older than Qin Xiang. It was just that she wasn't very old and looked like a girl. Her stomach, full of schemes, would sometimes give Qin Xiang a headache. We haven't left the Flying Immortal School yet. Just as Qin Xiang was about to fly away with Lan Lan, he heard Wu Jingsheng's angry shout from the pag. Oda, we've been discovered. Lan Lan stuck out her tongue. She did not look the least bit worried. She felt that with Qin Xiang here, no matter how big the problem was, it could be solved. Not good. They've activated the Great Formation. Their movements are really fast. Qin Xiang looked at the sky. The entire Flying Immortal School was enveloped in an extremely strong array. This was a formation that originated from the ancient times. It was extremely difficult to resist such power, and it was not easy to leave this place. Following that, crisp and clear bell sounds rang out. Qin Xiang sent out his divine power to scout in all 4 directions, and discovered that the disciples of the Flying Immortal School were flying everywhere, looking for him and Lan Lan. In just a short few moments, the entire Flying Immortal School was enveloped in an extremely tense atmosphere because Lan Lan was saved. Flying Immortal School's leader was named Wu Su. He was a delicate and pretty teenager. His face was filled with anger. He had already known that Lan Lan was saved by an extremely skilled disguise technique. That person had changed into Wu Jingsheng's appearance and was even able to simulate Wu Jingsheng's qi. So he entered the tower very easily to take Lan Lan away. What made Wu Su the most furious was that there was actually someone who could infiltrate the Flying Immortal School without making a sound. Although the Great Formation of the Flying Immortal School was not activated, it was still not easy to enter. Bad brother, when I'm invisible, I can also make you invisible so that they won't be able to find us. Lan Lan pulled Qin Xiang's hand. Qin Xiang shook his head and said, No, there is a big array here. If they can't find us, it will be hard to get us out. So I suddenly thought of a way. With that, Qin Xiang brought Lan Lan to the flowers in the courtyard and dived towards a direction. Qin Xiang came to a relatively remote place in the Flying Immortal School. There were a few demon beasts raised there that were specially used for eating. This guy is the new chief disciple of the Flying Immortal School. His name is Qin Chong. He's a very annoying guy, and he used to be the one who often came to cause trouble for me with Wu Jingsheng. Lan Lan sent a sound transmission to Qin Xiang. Right now, she wanted to rush over and give Qin Xiang a good beating. The two of them were hiding in a field of flowers. Qin Xiang laughed. All right, I will teach this guy a lesson tonight. Wait here. Be careful. Just as Lan Lan finished speaking, Qin Xiang appeared behind Qin Chong and gently patted on Qin Chong's shoulder, scaring him out of his wits. Little Gongzi, why are you here? Pow! Before Chen Chong could finish his question, Qin Xiang had already sent a slap towards him. When he had just released his palm, he had already released a fist, which flew towards Chen Chong's dantian. Yes, dragon power. Chen Chong's mouth was slanted and blood kept flowing out. Looking at the terrifying dragon power condensed on Qin Xiang's hands, he could already guess who it was that pretended to be Wu Jingsheng. You actually crippled me. Qin Chong's face became ugly. Qin Xiang's strength was terrifying. The punch just now had shattered his dantian. So what? This isn't the first time I have made a move against the head disciple of a flying immortal school. Qin Xiang laughed. He grabbed Qin Chong and threw him towards a tower in the distance, causing the barrier around Chen Chong to tremble. Qin Xiang held Lan Lan's hand and rushed into the house where the spirit demons were kept, then shouted, "If you dare come in, I will kill this little girl." There were already many experts standing outside, surrounding the room. Qin Xiang did it on purpose. It was part of his plan. Even if his plan failed, he could easily get rid of these rancors. "Did you come to save her?" Wu Su asked. He was the leader. He had to take care of this matter properly. If Lan Lan died, the wedding ceremony would not be possible. The Flying Immortal School would lose face. Please remember your domain name or search in Baidu. Please remember your domain name or search in Baidu. Of course, Qin Xiang could not tell these people that he came here specifically to save Lan Lan. Otherwise his plan would not work. Don't talk rubbish. Otherwise I will kill this little girl. When the time comes, Blue Blood Race will blame you. Humph. Qin Xiang coldly snorted. Lan Lan coordinated with Qin Xiang and shouted, "BASTARD! Don't expect me to threaten my grandfather. Even if I were to die, I won't let my grandfather pass his blue blood bead to you." This was extremely important to the Blue Blood Race. It was said that the guardian of the Blue Blood Race was sealed inside this pearl, and that he was extremely powerful, that only the patriarch could possess such a treasure. Another way of putting it was to say that the Blue Blood Pearl contained the most legitimate blue bloodline within the Blue Blood Race. As long as one refined this pearl, they would be able to obtain the most genuine blue blood. If Lan Lan was used as a threat, there was a high chance of obtaining the Blue Blood Pearl, especially in a situation like this, because once he marries into the Flying Immortal School, there was a possibility that the Flying Immortal School would use Lan Lan to threaten Blue Blood Race Zhang in the future. Sister Lan, I will place you in a place later. You have to wait patiently inside. Qin Xiang told Lan Lan through his consciousness. Lan Lan nodded. In the room they were in, there were a few wild boars. Qin Xiang used the soul-absorbing devil spell to erase one of the wild boar's consciousness, and then shot out a ray of golden light from between his brows, with an endless amount of D power pouring into the wild boar's head. The next scene that Lan Lan saw was something she could not forget for the rest of her life, making her feel that she was seeing things. Everything that happened in front of her was too unimaginable, making it hard for her to accept that Qin Xiang had actually turned a pig into her. Not only did Qin Xiang turn the pig into an identical state as Lan Lan, he also imitated Lan Lan's qi, and he could even control the pig to talk. Lan Lan opened his mouth, widely, his eyes round. When Qin Xiang saw her appearance, he used his divine power to control the pig's expression to become exactly like hers, causing Lan Lan to feel as if he was looking at a mirror. Let's just call it Lan Lan Pig. Qin Xiang laughed and replied. You're the pig, Lan Lan said as he pinched Qin Xiang. She was very smart and naturally understood what Qin Xiang was trying to do. You're so cute and beautiful. I won't turn you into a pig, don't worry. Qin Xiang giggled, pinching her little face. I'm going to hide you, then give this Lan Lan pig to them. Lan Lan thought about how she would marry a pig. She was overjoyed. She really wanted to see what it would be like at that time. Don't worry, I will bring you to see a show when the time comes, Qin Xiang said as she placed Lan Lan into a room specially prepared for her in the ring. She could not leave this room, but Qin Xiang could communicate with her. Qin Xiang threw the Lan pig with great force and even controlled the pig to shout. Seeing a blue figure flying out, Wu Su jumped, and with the help of this Lan, while Qin Xiang was also striding on the shrinking step in a few moments, had arrived in front of Wu Jingsheng. He condensed the intense fire innate qi, slapped onto Wu Jingsheng's chest, and then stepped on the shrinking step to leave. Wu Jingsheng screamed, and everyone reacted. The person who came out from there had used an extremely strange movement skill to get close to them. He had even hit Wu Jingsheng fiercely and then left calmly. Amongst the group of experts, it was as though there was no one around, which made everyone break out in cold sweat. If they were ambushed by such a person, they would definitely die. Wu Jingsheng's body was covered in powerful armor, and after being hit by Qin Xiang's palm, he had only suffered internal injuries. He spat out a few mouthfuls of blood, and he could quickly recover. That fake Lan had successfully tricked this group of people. Qin Xiang had purposely let this fake Lan ball out and scold him, but in the end, Qin Xiang had still locked him up in that tower. That tower was now even stricter and had even more experts protecting it. "Bad big brother, what kind of place is this?" Lan said as he sat on a bed and looked above. "This is one of my storage magic treasure-s that can pretend to be alive," Qin Xiang said as he inspected the structure of the entire Flying Immortal School. "Humph, don't you often dress women up here? There's at least 2 women's fragrance in here, and you're really bad," Lan said in a coquettish tone. Bai Yuyu and Su Meiyao had indeed lived here before, but Qin Xiang did not want too many people to know about this matter. Because Xiao Yiprofound and Ji Meixian were both his female slaves, they would never reveal it to the public. The fake Lan could not stay inside for too long, and with his current divine power, he could only last 3 to 4 days. At that time when he used this technique, he had consumed a large amount of divine power. "My dear sister, is your blue blood race's pearl really as profound as the rumors say?" Qin Xiang was very curious about this matter. "I don't know. In any case, he was quite powerful, but my grandfather said he would give it to me in the future, and I've only seen that pearl once. If I didn't touch the blue pearl that time, I would have already looked like an adult," Lan said with regret. "I touched that blue pearl, so I was always like this. I can't grow into a great beauty." "What's wrong with that? I feel that a beauty like you is very rare. A great beauty can find a bunch of things. Furthermore, you have a place that isn't smaller than those great beauties." Qin Xiang laughed wickedly. "Bad big brother," Lan whispered in a tender voice. After 2 days, Wu Jingsheng, who was heavily slapped by Qin Xiang, became slightly better. Although he had spirit pills to heal his wounds, Qin Xiang's heaven fire was not so easy to deal with. In order to not let the distinguished guests wait, Wu Jingsheng could only bring his wounds back to the hall. The lobby of the Flying Immortal School was decorated very extravagantly. It was a golden red color and was full of joy. There were 2,000 to 3,000 people in the lobby, as well as many familiar faces of Qin Xiang. Some of them were the Dan King S of the Pill City. Some of them were the big shots of the ancient powers. Everyone in the hall was full of smiles as they chatted with their old friends, waiting for the newcomers to arrive. Qin Xiang had long snuck into the great hall and hid himself in a hanging ornament. He also allowed Lan to see the scene outside. "It's here." Lan saw Wu Jingsheng walking in with a smile on his face. Beside him was the fake Lan who was wearing a hood over his head. "Please remember your domain name or search in Baidu." Please remember your domain name or search in Baidu. The fake Lan had a few powerful senior women by his side. They were worried that the little girl would run away. After a while, she was about to start paying her respects. As long as she was willing, Lan would be Wu Jingsheng's wife. Now, Qin Xiang started to suspect that the Flying Immortal School marrying Lan would be because of the blue blood bead. If not, the dignified Flying Immortal School would not use the power of the entire sect just to get a woman. First, bow to the heavens and the earth. Second, bow to the high hall. Husband and wife bow to each other. After the couple finished bowing, Lon Lon urged them, "Big brother scoundrel, quickly change, quickly change." Chun Xiang laughed, controlling the D power inside the fake Lon Lon to dissipate. Just as everyone was celebrating, the fake Lon Lan's body suddenly grew larger and broke his clothes, only to see a black wild boar suddenly appearing in front of them. Seeing that, everyone was stunned, but Wu Jingsheng seemed to have been struck by lightning. He retreated a few steps and his body swayed, almost falling down. Following that, a mouthful of blood surged out from his throat. The blood in his mouth was like a fountain and he fell down. This is actually a pig. Could this be a product of the blue blood race's special inherent skill? What a misfortune for a family. This brat actually went and paid respects to a pig. From the looks of it, that pig is still a male. Cough, cough. Some people were already on the verge of bursting into laughter. Isn't this a black-skinned pig for eating? It's quite big. Many people in the great hall were gloating in their hearts. Those who dared to speak were all relatively powerful. Wu Su's entire body trembled. The muscles on his face twitched, and his veins popped, as though he would explode at any time. Sensing the cold killing intent from his body, many people shut their mouths. Lon Lon, who was still holding onto her stomach, started laughing maniacally in the room, to the point that she couldn't even breathe. No one present didn't know that 2 days ago, Lon Lon was saved by someone and then easily chased back. Now that they thought about it, it turned out that this person had actually sent a pig out on purpose. Everyone was guessing who exactly was coming to save Lon Lon. To think that there would be such a powerful method to turn a big black pig into a cute little girl, and to even deceive many people. Many of the blue blood warriors had their abilities kept a secret. Everyone started to suspect if Lon Lan's grandfather had come out of closed-door cultivation. The great formation of the Flying Immortal School was completely closed. Chun Xiang easily left the Flying Immortal School, and many people who came from the Flying Immortal School could not wait to spread the news of the great event that happened inside. In just a few short hours, everyone in the cities surrounding Flying Immortal School knew that Wu Jingsheng had married a pig. As the leader, although Wu Su's son's strength was not bad, he still acted so tyrannically, causing the people in the nearby cities to feel disgust. Everyone was happy to see such a thing happen, and the entire Flying Immortal School became a laughing stock. In the dragon subduing Dan Hall, Lon Lon and Yan Yanran were hugging each other tightly, then narrated what happened on the spot with his mouth full of foam, causing him to giggle continuously. "This move of yours is too poisonous, but I like it," Li Baojun walked over and said while laughing. "Who asked them to bully my dragon subduing school? Although my dragon subduing school isn't very strong now, I can still retaliate." Chun Xiang laughed. With Yan Yanran's agile movements and the mysterious 9 lives demon cat, both of them would definitely become experts ASSA. Sins. Of course, to investigate the mystery behind the matter, it wasn't much of a big deal. Chun Xiang had even planned to refine some powerful poisonous hidden weapons for them. Even if they had to face some powerful warriors, they would have the ability to protect themselves. "I will let you guys suffer for a while, so don't show your faces for now. When the dragon subduing school becomes stronger, you will definitely be able to hold your heads up high," Chun Xiang said to Yan Yanran and Lon Lon in a serious tone. "It's all right, as long as everyone is fine." Yan Yanran gently caressed Lon Lan's hair with a charming and gentle smile on her face. It could be seen that she had a very good relations. HI plus P with Lon Lon and their relations. HI plus P was like that of sisters. Lon Lon also nodded. In this past year, she had been worried all day whether Yan Yanran would be bullied by the Flying Immortal School. But now that she saw that Yan Yanran was all right, she was very happy. Yanran, Lon Lon, in the future, the two of you will be responsible for finding all sorts of useful information for the dragon subduing school. Think about the details and direction first. Figure out the situation of the pill stores in Pill City. What kind of pills are they selling the most? How much are they priced at? what kind of stock they have, and who are the alchemist's users in refining these pills. You too must produce a detailed list at regular intervals and hand it over to the elderly, Qin Xiang said. No problem. I can sneak in and steal their bills, Lon Lon laughed. I have done this many times before. Qin Xiang nodded his head. You need a large number of spar to go to elderly to get them. You can also develop your network, and you can use spar to buy information. But you have to remember, do not reveal your item. 1. Tai, and do not reveal the affairs of Dragon Subduing School. Li Baojun said, If you need any elixirs in cultivation, I will do my best to satisfy your requirements. Lon Lon laughed. From now on, I will be Elder Blue, and Big Sister Yin Yao will be Elder Yin. Ha! The number of people in Dragon Subduing School was still too little, and he had to trust the people who recruited them. Qin Xiang felt that it was time to go and poach in Super Martial School, although he would definitely be scolded to death by Gu Dongqin and the others when the time came. Just as the news of Wu Jingsheng and the big black pig paying their respects had spread to the entire south, another shocking news had arrived. The Flying Immortal School's ancestral tombs had actually been dug up, and after the great formation of the ancestral tombs had been broken, many treasures and gems were scattered all over the cities near the Flying Immortal School. The most precious thing in the ancestral tombs did not appear, and with a thought one could tell that it had been taken away by the people who stole the tombs. Flying Immortal School was truly unlucky in 8 lifetimes. When these two things were combined together, it made many of the old fellows in Flying Immortal School mad with anger, because they were unable to vent out their anger. Without even thinking, it was obvious that the matter of the tomb robbing was done by members of the Duan clan. Their Flying Immortal School's tomb had long since been visited by the Duan clan. What angered Flying Immortal School the most was that many of the tombs of various sizes had been dug up. This way, the leader would have no choice but to gather the disciples outside to prepare to attack the Duan clan. When Qin Xiang heard about this, he thought to himself, Changzi is really too ruthless. He dug everything up so hard that not even a single strand of hair remains. He must have obtained a lot of good stuff. Leader, there's a guy outside seeking an audience. He said that he had cheated with you before, and he specifically called for you. It looks like he knows you're here, Li Baojun said as he furrowed his brows. Only a few of them knew about the matter between Qin Xiang and Dragon Subduing Danhal. Quick, let him in. This brat is the one who dug up the tombs of the Flying Immortal School, Qin Xiang laughed. Please remember your domain name or search in Baidu. Please remember your domain name or search in Baidu. Duan Sanchong looked to be in a very sorry state. He had disguised himself to look like a hunchbacked old man with white hair. Looking at him, he looked like he was about to burp. Although he did not know how to change his appearance, he had used a disguise technique to change his appearance, which made Qin Xiang admire him a lot. Little guy, what did you dig out at the ancestral grave of the Flying Immortal School? It said that tens of thousands of ancient treasures flew out of that large tomb, and all the good treasures are in your hands, Li Baojun said as he rubbed his hands and laughed. He knew that the people Qin Xiang knew were not ordinary people, and Duan Sanchong, for example, was in front of him. Duan Sanchong took a sip of tea and scolded. I couldn't even get a hair. Those magic treasures that were sent flying are all trash. That tomb was dug up to the point where there wasn't even a fart left. I was killed this time. The tomb robber was too clever with his methods earlier and took away the good stuff inside without touching the restrictions on the outside, so no one in Flying Immortal School knew that their tomb was dug out. In the end, all of those trash treasures flew out. Although the tomb is like a palace, but after I searched for a long time inside, I found nothing good. Furthermore, my item. 1. Tai was exposed, and the old fellow from Flying Immortal School found out that I was Duan Sanchong. Qin Xiang laughed. At that time, you threatened to dig up all of the ancestors' graves in Flying Immortal School. Who doesn't know? Li Baojun sighed. It really isn't worth it. You took the blame for nothing. Many people are now suspecting that you have the good stuff in your hands. Duan Sanchong sighed to the sky. That's right. You must know that the tombs of the Flying Immortal School have powerful restrictions, and even the old fellows of the Flying Immortal School do not dare to move. I worked hard to break those restrictions, and I didn't even get a fart, and I was even chased down by the entire world. Chun Xiang curled his lips and said, "Do you plan to rely on me?" "Nonsense. If I don't want to rely on you, why would I look for you?" "Chun Xiang, I'm determined to stay in your dragon subduing school. Don't chase me away." Duan Sanchong shamelessly said, "With my tomb-robbing abilities, I might have to become an elder or something." Li Baojun shook his head. "Elder isn't worth much in the dragon subduing school. Up till now, the only people I know who are willing to join the dragon subduing school, other than him, are elders. For example, Lon Lon and Yen Yenran, the two girls. One is Elder Blue, the other is Elder Yen. I am the elderly, and now there's this Elder Duan. And I, this dragon elder," Long Shui muttered to himself in the serene jade ring. Chun Xiang laughed. "What's there to be surprised about? With so many elders, there will be more disciples in the future." Duan Sanchong rubbed his chin and said, "Qin Xiang, you let Wu Jingsheng and Zhu Qitong play with each other thoroughly. Although I went through that tomb for nothing, but I have still found some things. I suspect that my grandfather dug that grave away, because as long as we can find my grandfather, he might be able to bring us to find even more ancient tombs and dig even better things." "Then, do you have any clues about your grandfather?" Chun Xiang asked. "Do you agree that I should join the dragon subduing school?" Duan Sanchong asked. "Elder Li is in charge of concocting pills, while Elder Blue and Elder Yen are in charge of gathering information. May I ask what happened to you, Superintendent?" Chun Xiang asked with a smile. "I'm in charge of robbing other people's tombs. I will not take all the good stuff I find, and I can also impart some appearance-changing techniques, formation-breaking techniques, etc. Don't doubt the abilities of my Duan clan. Our Duan clan only has a few people left, but no ancient power would dare to touch us," Duan Sanchong said proudly. "Okay, I will let you join, but this matter cannot be spread out for now. Wait until after 3 realms talk," Qin Xiang said. Duan Sanchong stood up immediately and said respectfully to Li Baojun, "Please take care of me, Elder Li." Li Baojun smiled. He was extremely interested in the Duan clan's matter, especially that method of stealing tombs. One must know that many ancient powers couldn't even find their own ancestral tombs, but this Duan clan could. "Leader, will our dragon subduing school be full of elders in the future?" Duan Sanchong laughed. "Definitely not, but it's normal for a large power to have many elders." Duan Sanchong nodded his head. "My grandfather had disappeared since I was very young, and he once visited the ancestral tombs of Flying Immortal School. However, at that time he only went there and did not dig anything. Even the Flying Immortal School were certain of this point, but in reality the place was already dug up empty, and only some trash treasures were left to confuse others. My grandfather left some traces inside. It was left behind by a tomb guarding restriction. That restriction was a star map, but it was modified by someone, and that method is something only our Duan clan has. Although it has been modified, that restriction did not lose its effectiveness, but became stronger instead." Qin Xiang and Li Baojun were also very suspicious. "Why did he do it?" "I think that my grandfather was coerced into stealing the tomb by someone else, and that he might have deliberately changed the restriction, leaving a clue for me to go find him. After that time, my grandfather disappeared, and my grandfather knows a lot of people from that history, so I think that someone must have followed his disappearance. According to that star map, I found a general location. It's in the southeast region. It said that the 3 realms talk is also held there. Other than that, there's also a dangerous place there that accompanied the rebirth of Di Tian, just like the rough and random profound land." Qin Xiang and Li Baojun frowned. They did know that place. It was called Heaven Thunder Purgatory, a huge whirlpool that appeared in the sky. The whirlpool was extremely huge, enveloping an area of 1,000 li. At the same time, it would spin slowly, releasing terrifying amounts of lightning, and sometimes it would even send out terrifying, concentrated heavenly lightning. However, at night, the airflow of the whirlpool would emit light. From afar, it looked like a beautiful rainbow disk that was slowly rotating. Duan Sanchong continued, I have investigated this place. At night, the center of the heaven thunder, purgatory. In other words, the black domain in the center of the whirlpool has a strong suction force. It might be hiding something, and I've asked my great-uncle and some of the old guys from the Duan clan for help. They actually know what kind of place this is, but they didn't tell me. I feel that when the time comes, the three realms talk will be related to this heaven thunder purgatory, and we might all go in together. The clue my grandfather left would be pointing towards this D.A.M. Ned place. If Ji Meixian didn't know, then he would go to the dragon subduing school to find Zhuo Jinshuan. If the three realms talk's goal was the heaven thunder purgatory, then he might have to change his plans. Please remember your domain name or search in Baidu. Please remember your domain name or search in Baidu. Rather, he taught Yan Yanran and Lan Lan some of the techniques needed to break through the array. Seeing him diligently guide Yan Yanran and Lan Lan, Qin Xiang wondered if this little grave robber wanted to train these two women to be female grave robbers. Qin Xiang had been refining creation divine liquid or cultivating innate qi all day in Dragon, subduing Dan Hall. He had only gone through the second stage of nirvana tribulation, so he was still far from being able to reach the top. If the Dragon subduing school wanted to become stronger, Li Baojun would need to hold on to it alone, and even have a group of strong young warriors as the foundation. Thus, he had to provide a large number of high-leveled pills, so that Lan Lan and the others could quickly raise their strength. In these 2 months, Qin Xiang condensed many creation divine liquid, and his innate qi had also increased by a lot, since he had only refined 5 elements profound Dan. In order to speed up his cultivation, he had no choice but to use this pill. Qin Xiang would look for Li Baojun every once in a while. Knowing that the best medicine to sell was in Pill City, he asked Su Meiyao and Bai Yuyu to duplicate a large amount of medicinal herbs inside. The most expensive one was, of course, the Zhuji Dan S. Although the human realm had become very big, the Zhuji Dan S still lacked the necessary ingredients, and even though they could be bought from the market, they were extremely expensive. The Zhuji Dan S were lower-graded profound level pills, but their prices were higher than middle, ranked profound level pills. The high-quality Zhuji Dan have already risen to 2,150,000. If they were to sell for 2.5 million, there would still be people fighting for them, Yan Yanran said. These were all things that she and Lan Lan needed to find, and they were things that could only be bought by people who had good relations. HI plus P with these pill shops. The majority of medicinal ingredients come from purchases, and because Qing profound fruit are not easy to grow and also mature over a long period of time. That's why the price of Zhuji Dan is so high, Lan Lan said. The more powerful alchemist could at most refine 2 pieces of Zhuji Dan, and the quality couldn't be guaranteed yet. But Chan Xiang, this monster, could at least refine 4 of them of high quality in 1 furnace. Elderly, I have a lot of Zhuji Danes here. If you refine your own ingredients, can you make 4 of them in 1 furnace? Qin Xiang asked. Elderly frowned slightly. 3 high-quality pills in a pot is my limit. Everyone present knew that Qin Xiang's pill refining skills were very high. They knew it just by looking at Li Baojun's expression. When Li Baojun compared the number of pills, they all felt that they were inferior. Then it will be selling for about 2 million each. Then it will be selling for about 4 million each of the middle grade profound level S. And then it will be selling for about 7 to 8 million spar S of upper grade. The sales volume of the ground level pellets are not high either, Yan Yanran said. The reason why the ground level S were not sold was because there were too few of them, and not many could afford to buy them. Chen Xiang also planned to place emphasis on the profound level pills, because the difficulty of this level of the pill production was not high. It spread through the entire population, and there were not many creation divine liquid that were needed. We do not lack spar now, we only lack a reputation. If we make the name of the dragon subduing school resounding, then in the future, many things will become very convenient. This will allow us to quickly strengthen our forces and rope in more powerful warriors, Qin Xiang said. Yan Yanran, Lan Lan, and the others knew that Qin Xiang had already obtained a dragon vein, so he didn't lack spar S. Qin Xiang laughed. Of course, I will also be in charge of refining a few pills. I hope that Elderly can recruit a few higher-leveled alchemists. Although the Dan Fragrance Pure Land provided many medicinal ingredients, most of them were of lower quality and were unable to take over the market. After Li Baojun received Qin Xiang's storage ring and saw the herbs inside, he was so shocked that he almost lost his balance. If he could refine them all, there would be more than 10,000 pills for each pellet. I say, leader, after I finished refining these, even my old bones are going to fall apart, Li Baojun said as he laughed bitterly. Relax, it's not like I'm letting you finish refining all of them in one go. This is a very good selling pellet. Release 20 of each every day, and if possible, try the method of bidding. Elderly, you will be in charge of refining this pellet, but the other low-leveled pellets will be left to the other alchemists to refine. Qin Xiang said there are already 100 Juji Dan, 500 Chunyuan Gold Dan, 200 Profound Yang Fire Dan, 1,000 5 Elements Jinyuan Dan, and 500 longevity pellets inside. Duan Sanchong, Lan Lan, and Yan Yanran were all very surprised at where Qin Xiang had gotten these medicinal herbs from and had even concocted so many pills. They could imagine that Qin Xiang normally eating medicinal pellets was like eating a meal. He had eaten some of these previously refined by Qin Xiang himself, but he had only eaten them as candy. These low-leveled pills did not have much effect on him, but to many low-leveled warriors they were treasures, things that the big sects were willing to spend a large number of spar S to buy. Longevity pills are relatively easy to sell and can be used for auction because a single pill can extend a person's life by 3 to 50 years. To many people, these are immortal pills, Yan Yanran said. Qin Xiang nodded and said to Li Baojun, Elderly, take this opportunity to consolidate your foundation so that each furnace can produce even more pills. Li Baojun was a dignified Dan King, and being warned by Qin Xiang like this made Lan Lan and the other two feel that it was a little bad. After all, they were all from Dan King, so they had to give them some face. Li Baojun had once lost to Qin Xiang in pill refining, so he was completely convinced of Qin Xiang's capabilities. He nodded continuously, making Duan Sanchong and the others feel that it was hard to understand. Qin Xiang looked at Duan Sanchong and the others and laughed. You guys are suspecting my pill refining skills, right? Lan Lan pouted her small mouth. This Elderly is a Dan King after all. He definitely won't be that much worse than you. Duan Sanchong nodded. That's right, and he's the true successor of Li Tianjun. Leader, I admit that I lost to you before, but in these few years I have also improved, so I want to compete with you again. Although my cultivation and age is at a great disadvantage against you. But when the time comes, we should be clear about the outcome. Li Baojun thought about this matter and felt that this was a very good opportunity for a compet. Wan Tian, Elderly, I feel that you will still lose to me. How about I show my skills? This is something I just learned. Qin Xiang laughed. Although he had only learned a little of the great 1,000 refinements art inside the heavenly alchemy and could refine 10 times, it was still quite shocking. Yanran suddenly thought about the scene of Qin Xiang refining the city, lured into a pill. She suspected that Qin Xiang was planning to reveal this move. If you can force me to concede with just a move, then I want to see, Li Baojun said with a smile. Then let's begin. Let me broaden my horizons. No one knew what stage Qin Xiang's alchemy level had risen to, because the people who were currently being chased down by the whole world would never show up to partic.I.P.8 in the alchemy compet.I.Tians, nor would they go to the Dan Alliance to undergo the alchemist level examination. Otherwise, if he appeared, he would have attracted the attention of many old fellows. No one knew what stage Chen Xiang's alchemy level had risen to, because the people who were currently being chased down by the whole world would never show up to partake. 1. P. 8 in the alchemy compet. 1. Tie-ins, nor would they go to the Dan Alliance to undergo the alchemist level examination. Otherwise, if he appeared, he would have attracted the attention of many old fellows. With regards to Chun Xiang's pill, refining level, everyone only waited until he impersonated Li Renshan to be able to concoct a few types of mid-ranked ground level pills. According to the Dan Alliance's rank, he could be considered a great alchemist. In order for Chun Xiang to refine high-grade ground-level pills, he would need to raise his foreseeing alchemy to the next 3 stages, and learning how to use the heavenly alchemy would allow him to strengthen his soul more quickly. This would be of great help to him in refining pills. You guys better watch carefully, don't blink. Qin Xiang waved his hand, and 10 batches of Zhuji Dan's medicinal ingredients flew out, all of them floating in the air. The following 10 magic method furnace were formed, but others could not see them. 10 batches of processed medicinal ingredients all entered the magic method furnace S. Qin Xiang waved his hands, and countless BALL as a fire floated into the magic method furnace S. Seeing this scene, Li Baojuan's mouth dropped. He knew what Qin Xiang was doing. He actually wanted to refine 10 batches of Zhuji Dan at the same time. Lan Lan and Yanran also took a deep breath. Qin Xiang's unique skill of not using the pill furnace to refine pills had reappeared, and they were always this shocked when they saw it. Duan Sanchong was so scared that he did not even dare to breathe. After the Zhuji Dan's medicine was burned by the flames, it quickly melted. The green and gold light enveloped the room and turned into a sea of light, drowning everyone inside. Li Baojun and the others did not feel any unbearably hot air, although they could see the flames dancing around and could tell how ruthless Qin Xiang's attack was, not to mention that it was 10 batches long. What shocked Li Baojun the most was that all of this was too brief, and after they saw the beautiful, multicolored light, Qin Xiang had already entered the stage of condensing a core. It's actually 10 pills, 10 batches of pills at the same time, and 4 pills at the same time. Li Baojun screamed crazily in his heart. He could not believe it. Now he understood why Qin Xiang wanted him to work so hard. He could only produce 3 pills in one furnace, but Qin Xiang could only concoct 40 pills. The difference was not even a little bit. He firmly believed that Qin Xiang could do the same thing in the future with high-level pills, and he even had an even more shocking method. Soon enough, the 40 BALLS of azure gold qi started to revolve rapidly, slowly searching and pressing, condensing into 40 pellets in a sea of light. The light in the room also slowly went up. A rich medicinal fragrance filled the entire room, and Qin Xiang kept the 40 pellets into a jade box. Li Baojuan's IBALLS almost popped out of their sockets. He took the jade box and looked carefully. These Zhuji Dan were all of high quality. I also just learned this a while ago, Qin Xiang smirked. Duan Sanchong gulped down his saliva. Forget about Qin Xiang having a large amount of medicinal ingredients. He could actually make them in batches during pill refining. He had already seen how the dragon subduing Dan Hall would shake the entire pill city in the future. Elderly, do you still want to compete with me? Li Baojun shook his head. Qin Xiang's control over pill refining had already far surpassed set his own. Moreover, Qin Xiang's pursuit for perfection in pill refining was extremely difficult for him to compare to. Yanran, Lan, you guys can rest for a while and cultivate in peace. Young people like us, we must increase our strength quickly, or else with our current strength as elders and leaderess, it would be hard for us to convince them all. SSES did not have to worry too much about their cultivation. As for Duan Sanchong, he had his own cultivation method too. In the next period of time, Qin Xiang spent all his time meditating on the God slain method. The technique of using spirit to attack was extremely profound. It was extremely difficult for him to comprehend it. He could only rely on a little to comprehend it. There was some news regarding the Yu Ming deep abyss that spread to Dan City. On that day, Chun Xiang had a play with Duan Sanchong and tricked many people to go to the Yu Ming deep abyss to look for the black tortoise divine weapon. However, many experts did not come up after they went down. Chun Xiang knew very well that there were some powerful people down there that no profound wood diamond armor would be able to go down to. Every time the dragon subduing Dan Hall released a rare pill, they would sell it at a different pill shop, causing the business in the dragon subduing Dan Hall to become better and better. Many sects would send people to guard here, and sometimes Li Baojun would even lower the price a lot in order to seize the market. The large pill stores that were bustling with business before had now become deserted, because not only were the dragons subduing Dan Hall's pills cheap, they were many in quant. 1. Thai of good quality and extremely attractive. As long as a person had a spar, they would always come here a second time to buy pills. Chun Xiang's pills were not worth much, but the ones in those large pill stores were extremely valuable. They were all pills that they had spent a lot of effort to grow, so if they were to lower the price, they would definitely lose out. The dragon subduing Dan Hall messed up the market price, which made many large pill shops extremely dissatisfied. These pill shops had already secretly joined together, planning to punish the dragon subduing Dan Hall. Chun Xiang did it on purpose because those good trading pill shops were all established by the ancient powers, and one of them was the Alliance Masters. He hated this group of people the most. If he had the chance to deal with this group of people, he would definitely not let them go. This street of the dragon subduing Dan Hall had become very lively. The originally remote area had become a lively district due to the help of the dragon subduing Dan Hall. If this continued, the central region would be banned. The most infuriating thing was that a large portion of shops and streets in this remote area had been bought by dragon subduing Dan Hall at a very low price. The land bought by the dragon subduing Dan Hall was extremely vast. With the dragon subduing Dan Hall as the center, the 100 streets around were all occupied by the dragon subduing Dan Hall. This was something that Chun Xiang and Li Baojun had planned. They did not lack spars. Their goal was to expand their area of influence. If this continued, the location of the Pill City's bustling area would have to change. The Dan Alliance's headquarters was originally the central area, and the large amount of shops around were controlled by the ancient powers. If there was no more commotion, those shops would naturally turn into a ghost shop, which many forces were not willing to see, and they had to prevent the dragon subduing Dan Hall from developing like this. Chun Xiang was concocting pills in the secret room, while Li Baojun was standing outside. After Chun Xiang sensed his presence, he opened the door of the secret room. "Those guys are here?" Chun Xiang asked. Li Baojun nodded his head. "There are a total of 13 shops in the Dan King, as well as the chief of the Dan Alliance and some elders from various powers." Chun Xiang already knew that these people would come and find trouble with him, so he smiled and said, "Let them wait outside for a few days first. If they dare to do anything out of bounds, I will return it tenfold." Chun Xiang already knew that these people would come and find trouble with him, so he smiled and said, "Let them wait outside for a few days first. If they dare to do anything out of bounds, I will return it tenfold." It seems like they are planning to buy our low-priced pills, but I'm afraid they won't succeed. We can only buy them, and all those precious pills are for auction or by the sect. They won't go to them. Even if they are bought at a high price, we will not be the ones to lose them, Li Baojun said. Duan Sanchong suddenly ran over and shouted, "Our shopkeeper has been beaten up. The puncher is very arrogant. I heard he is a Dan King." Li Baojun immediately became furious. "So what if you're a Dan King? I'll beat my shopkeeper and call him back, so that he can burn down all of their Feng Clan stores." Chun Xiang's face was calm, but his heart was full of anger. He changed his appearance and followed behind Li Baojun, at the same time using the sound transmission to tell Yen ran to sneak into Feng Clan's shop and burn her again. Because of Zhao Yipperfound's words, White Sea Imperial Land had become more obedient and didn't dare to offend anyone anymore. She was steadily developing. That was why Ji Meixian sat in the position of her heavenly girl in White Sea Imperial Land. In the past few days, the Feng Clan, and the Flying Immortal School with the most SN. Oh, Bish, followed by Qianshan Mountain and the Dan Alliance's Chief Alliance. Amongst those people who came to cause trouble, there was actually a Flying Immortal School. They had just suffered a double blow, and now they were this arrogant. The owner of the dragon subduing Dan Hall was a simple and honest little old man. Now that he was beaten up until his nose was blue and his face swollen, this made Li Baojun angry to the point that his face turned green. Li Baojun's angry voice was like a shock wave, shaking many people's blood and qi. The entire Pill City was shaken to the point that it even slightly trembled. It was obvious that he was truly angry. Many of the young people in the hall were extremely upset by the sound wave. Fortunately, the Dan King released their powers to protect them, otherwise they would all vomit blood. Duan Sanchong pointed at an old man with long eyebrows and said, "It's this guy. He claims to be Feng Clan." The long-browed old man was still very arrogant after beating someone up. Originally, Chun Xiang and Li Baojun thought that they would cause a commotion for them. At most, they would just cause some trouble. But they did not expect to beat him up. Li Baojun's face sunk. He was the pavilion master. He had to take responsibility for the safety of all the employees of Dragon subduing Dan Hall. He was so arrogant that he had been bullied by others. How could he not be angry? "I will give you two choices. Either you kneel down and kowtow to my shopkeeper, or you die." "You have no other choice." Li Baojun's voice was ice-cold and carried a dense, killing intent. His angry face was terrifying, and even Qin Xiang was frightened. If Li Baojun did this, perhaps many powers in Dan City would surround Dragon, subduing Dan Hall. But Qin Xiang was very supportive of it. No matter what, people from Dragon Subduing School must not be bullied. "You." "Humph, I am a dignified Dan King, wanting me to kneel and kowtow to this fellow. What a delusion!" The old man with long eyebrows sneered. Li Baojun swept a glance over the other Dan King who had followed along, and his gaze finally landed on the Alliance Master. When he said that, a ball of multicolored flame suddenly appeared in Li Baojun's hair. Seeing that flame, many alchemists were stunned. Legend has it that the depths of Earth's core fire realm was filled with multicolored flames. Li Baojun was actually able to control this kind of flame, and if it was ignited, it would be difficult to resist. Li Baojun roared. He waved his hand and struck out with his palm. 5 different colored interweaving flames that formed a palm blade, sweeping towards the long-browed old man. Bang! The fire palm landed on the long-browed old man's face. The speed was so fast that many people were unable to stop it. After the fire palm landed on the old man's face, a burst of hot air came out, followed by the long-browed old man's head exploding into white ashes. A sliver of 5 elements, heavenly fire, landed on the old man's body, and in the blink of an eye, the headless body was turned into ashes. Li Baojun's power was similar to many of the giants of the ancient powers. They were all immortals who had just said through the 9 nirvana tribulations. But since Li Baojun had such a terrifying flame like the 5 elements heavenly fire and was also an alchemist, his power was naturally much stronger than many other people. "I am just an alchemist. I do not wish to kill anyone. You better not force me to do it," Li Baojun said in a gloomy voice. When his eyes that contained killing intent swept across the crowd, it caused everyone's hearts to fiercely beat, as though they were afraid that he would smack them to death with one palm. At first, these people thought that Li Baojun was easy to bully, and that they just wanted to find Li Baojun to ask him about the matters of the Dragon Subduing School to get that dragon vein. But now that Li Baojun had revealed such a terrifying strength, they were definitely not people they could deal with. "If you don't want to die, hurry up and scram. You are already big and strong. Yet you still dare to do such a thing that will only lower your status? You are only fit to be weaklings." Li Baojun completely detested this group of people. He finally understood why Qin Xiang would take the risk of being hunted down by the entire world in order to be hostile to these powers. They left the dragon, subduing Dan Hall in a panic. All these people were Dan King or were of decent strength, but compared to Li Baojun, they were far too lacking. Li Baojun could kill them with a single slap, and Li Baojun had kept his promise. So boring, these bunch of cowards, Duan Sanchong ridiculed. They will be back before long, and when the time comes, they will bring even stronger people with them. At that time, I will definitely let them see how powerful I, Li Baojun, am. The hand Li Baojun revealed just now also surprised Qinxiang. That 5 elements heavenly fire was definitely stronger than his own heaven fire. Unless his heaven fire could evolve into a heavenly flame, it would be impossible to defeat Li Baojun in terms of flames. Lan Lan and Yan Yanran returned very quickly, and thick smoke covered the sky above Pill City. Lan Lan and Yan Yanran were supposed to be responsible for the things that were done in the dark, including ASSA. Signations. Seems like Pill City has let us go. From their postures today, they want to chase us out of the city, said Yan Yanran. She had changed into a normal-looking girl. We had thought about it long ago. If they wanted to chase us away, they would have to take back the premises first. According to the contract, if they wanted to take them back, they would have to pay 100 times their current value. Since the price has risen a lot, if they wanted to take back the goods, they would definitely suffer a huge loss. Lan Lan asked, "What if they do not follow the agreement?" Li Baojun snorted gloomily, flapping her sleeves and sending a gust of wind, blowing away the white ashes on the ground. The fish dies and the net breaks. At that time, it won't be a problem for me to destroy this pill city by myself. But our dragon subduing school has sparas or pills. We can afford to play with them. Although there were a dozen or so Dan King in each force, these were all carefully nurtured by them over the years. Once one was lost, it would be difficult to cultivate them in a short period of time. Although there were a dozen or so Dan King in each force, these were all carefully nurtured by them over the years. Once one was lost, it would be difficult to cultivate them in a short period of time. The 3 words, Dragon Subduing School, would once again engulf the entire Pill City, even the entire southern region, and actually dare to blatantly kill the Dan King of another power. Even if there were conflicts between different powers and the Dan King, it would all be resolved in secret. So even if that power lost the Dan King and did not seek revenge, it would still be reasonable in terms of face, because no one knew who did it. Now that the Dragon Subduing School had brazenly killed the Dan King, it was like a declaration of war on the part of the Feng clan. Other than Qin Xiang and the others, no one knew the strength of the Dragon Subduing School, because the Dragon Subduing School had suddenly appeared. It occupied the entire dragon vein and even had a dragon subduing Dan Hall that was comparable to a large medicine shop. The Dragon Subduing School gave off a mysterious feeling. It was very powerful because this Dragon Subduing School had one dragon vein and was hidden inside the evil dragon graveyard. No one knew what kind of experts were inside, but many people didn't think that the evil dragon graveyard was weak. Qin Xiang and Li Baojun wanted others to think that the Dragon Subduing School was very strong. Now that they were this strong, many people thought that it was true. The dragon subduing Dan Hall had become very cold and cheerless. Those who dared to come here to buy pills all had some ability. In fact, the entire Pill City had suddenly become very quiet, like a ghost city, shrouded in a solemn aura. The Dan King was killed in the afternoon, but after just over 2 hours, a dozen white-haired old men in blue robes appeared in the transmission array plaza in Dan City. These 10 old men came with expressionless faces, their bodies overflowing with waves of cold wind, causing their blue robes to flutter as they walked, their steps slow and steady, a formless killing intent that was accompanied by the cold wind that silently covered the cold streets. The war was about to begin. Many of the people hiding in front of the houses were extremely nervous. Some of them had already started to run out of the city. Although it was prohibited to start wars in Pill City, the Feng clan was still one of the people who did. Since the Dan Alliance did not stop him, it meant that the Feng clan had obtained his tacit approval to go against him. The Dan Alliance was formed by a group of powerful Dan King-s, and it affected the business of many shops. It meant that they were challenging the entire Dan Alliance, and now that the dragons subduing Dan Hall had killed the Dan King, the Foam Clan had sent their experts to take revenge. They were happy to see that. Inside the dragons subduing Dan Hall, Li Baojuan's expression was cold, his eyebrows knitted together slightly. He walked out of the dragons subduing Dan Hall and saw the 10 elders walking towards him, his body releasing a burst of blazing fire. After that, the fire turned into a vaguely visible Qilin, flying towards the street corner. When the 10 Foam Clan rankers released that biting cold wind, they suffered a fierce impact from the fire Qilin, and it exploded with a loud bang. "Are you here to die?" Li Baojuan's voice was calm, but the sound wave had reverberated in every street and carried a kind of oppressive might. Qin Xiang had long ago sent Duan Sanchong, Lan Lan, and Yan Yanren away, telling them to temporarily stay far away from the dragon subduing Dan Hall. Inside the dragon subduing Dan Hall, he was the only one looking for him. Li Baojun had said before that he could handle it alone and fight against the heroes of Foam Clan alone. "We are here to send you to your death, to kill the Dan King of my Foam Clan. You have guts. Even if you obtain the Dragon Fountain, our Foam Clan will not be afraid of you." An old man from the Foam Clan shouted. Standing at the street corner, he was over 100 meters away as he waved his hand and released a palm strike. A black chi vortex roared out like a devil, roaring towards Li Baojun. The black wind attacked and swept away all the doors and stores on both sides of the street. The stone tiles on the ground were all lifted up, and after they came in contact with that terrifying black astral wind, they were all smashed into smithereens. Li Baojun laughed coldly. What Foam Clan was best at was using all kinds of wind to attack, and what Li Baojun was best at dealing with was precisely this type of wind-attributed attack. A fan covered in red crystal scales suddenly appeared in his hand. The Kylan fan was a holy level artifact. It was as powerful as a holy level dragon equipment. Chen Xiang had seen him use this fan to instantly exterminate a few strong warriors before. Li Baojun held the Kylan fan in his hand, and his entire arm overflowed with multicolored light. One could tell that he was using the 5 elements heavenly fire, and just as the terrifying black astral wind was about to hit him, he waved the Kylan fan with great force. The multicolored light suddenly exploded, and the light shot up to the sky as a huge rainbow Qilin beast appeared in front of Li Baojun. The Qilin was tall, powerful, robust, and full of power. Its scales were S, H, I, plus Ning with a rainbow light, looking extremely lifelike, as if Li Baojun had suddenly summoned it. "Whose? H. Plus whose? H. Plus whose? H." Plus the black astral wind collided with the rainbow Qilin's body, causing it to let out a furious roar. Then, with 4 robust and powerful legs stepping on top of its body, it rumbled as it madly rushed towards the street corner. Not long ago, a few experts from the Foam Clan were killed by someone using a similar method outside the city. Now, many of the experts who were hiding at the side to watch immediately thought of this and were sure that it was Li Baojun and the other experts from the Foam Clan who killed them. The Kylan fan in Li Baojun's hands made the eyes of many pracked. Tioniers who were watching the battle blaze with Pa S, Shaun, causing them to wish that they could S. N, A to C, H it away. There were even some who recognized that it was the famous Kylan fan of Heaven Realm. The 10 old men did not dodge. Instead, they all began to circulate their powerful innate chi, letting out deep and low growls. The 10 people all released their palms at the same time, releasing waves of roaring blue wind dragons. The 10 wind dragons blended together and covered the entire street as they charged towards the rainbow Qilin. Although the 2 powers were extremely powerful, both sides were extremely skilled at controlling their strength and were unable to shatter the shops on both sides of the street. A bunch of idiots. The moment he threw out the rainbow Qilin beast, he had instantly flashed behind the 10 elders. Just as the blue wind dragon and the rainbow Qilin were about to collide, he sent out another wave of 5 elements heavenly fire. At the same time, the rainbow Qilin and the blue wind dragon collided. But no one expected that they would be stimulated to such an earth-shattering degree. The blue wind dragon was swallowed by the rainbow-colored Qilin, turning the rainbow-colored Qilin into a surging wave of 5 colored flames that rushed towards the 10 old men. The 10 elders of the Feng clan were attacked from 2 sides, drowned by 5 elements heavenly fire-s. Everyone was unsure whether they should live or die, but everyone could hear the waves of berserk roars coming out from inside. This guy actually knows blink steps. This is a mysterious footwork that consumes a huge amount of energy and traverses the void. Rumor has it that it can only be compared to the legendary shrinking step. The eyes of the demon empress, who was standing on top of a tall tower, shone, and she let out a faint smile. This dragon subduing school is impressive indeed. Kylan fan, instantaneous steps. These things can cause quite a sensation even in the heaven realm. Yao Shumi said in a low voice. Ha! Foam Clan has kicked an iron board. No. Dan Alliance has kicked an iron plate. Duan Kong did not even try to conceal his laughter, so that the entire Pill City could hear him. Li Baojun placed his hands behind his back and stood there leisurely, looking at the 5-colored heaven flames burning fiercely at the end of the street. He had also controlled the ball of heaven flames to turn into a tall tower, adding to the 10 elders of the Feng clan, and used the heaven flames to refine them. Li Baojun placed his hands behind his back and stood there leisurely, looking at the 5-colored heaven flames burning fiercely at the end of the street. He had also controlled the ball of heaven flames to turn into a tall tower, adding to the 10 elders of the Feng clan, and used the heaven flames to refine them. Pavilion Master, please show mercy. After all, it isn't easy for them to cultivate to this level. A middle-aged man in black robe flew over from the sky and landed beside Li Baojun. This man was Dan Alliance's Alliance Master Yi Heng. When Li Baojun saw that Yi Heng had arrived, he immediately held onto the Kylan fan tightly and glanced at him. I don't care. Whoever's at fault is the first. I won't be merciful. Li Baojun took out a green, 3-legged giant cauldron and shouted. The giant cauldron floating in the air suddenly flipped, and the huge mouth of the cauldron smashed towards the 5 elements heavenly fire that was on the ground. Yi Heng panicked because the small cauldron suddenly shrunk and was taken away by Li Baojun. I will not kill them. Their lives will be decided by my dragon subduing school's leader. Li Baojun glanced at Yi Heng coldly. You are the Alliance Master. You have witnessed this group of people oppressing my dragon, subduing Dan Hall several times. Are you with them? As the chief, not only did he not lead his chief to stop this group of people who violate the rules of the Pill City, he even helped the evildoers. Seeing Li Baojun holding onto the Kylan fan, Yi Heng took a few steps back. With the fan and Li Baojun's 5 elements heavenly fire, the power was obvious. Didn't I just beat up one of your shopkeepers? You just killed a Dan King cultivator. What is your shopkeeper? If you take a bit of humiliation, you can take the life of a Dan King. Yi Heng's face darkened. His voice was laced with killing intent. They thought that the dragon subduing Dan Hall was done for today, but they did not expect Li Baojun to have a powerful being like the Kylan fan and knew how to teleport. After killing the 10 experts of the Feng clan in a few breaths, not only did they not suppress the anger in the Dragon Subduing School, but the Dragon Subduing School had an opportunity to create momentum. They could not let the Dragon Subduing School's arrogance continue to grow. Li Baojun's body shook and released a burst of oppressive fire. I gave that guy an almost, telling him to apologize to our manager. He didn't cherish it properly. Who can you blame? To humiliate my Dragon Subduing School's disciple is like humiliating my Dragon Subduing School. If my leader were to do it again, he would definitely annihilate his entire family and return it 100 times. This is considered light. I advise Feng clan to quickly hide. When my Dragon Subduing School comes back, our clan will be exterminated. Li Baojuan's words were filled with killing intent. The news spread throughout Dan City, causing many people in Feng Clan to panic. The 10 experts of their Feng Clan were already sealed and burned in a cauldron. Li Baojuan's strength had already deeply shocked them. You also have part in what happened today, but I'm not going to argue with you. Hurry up and leave. Otherwise I will kill you too. If you dare to hara my dragon subduing school again, I will burn the entire Pill City. Li Baojun said coldly. Chen Xiang secretly sighed in his heart. Didn't this guy say that he was only a pill refiner? He doesn't know how to fight, and even told me to not cause trouble. But now he's the one who's fighting the most fiercely, and the one who's causing the most trouble is also him. But that suits my taste. Dragon subduing school should have such an imposing aura. Otherwise, how could they have descended the dragon? Just wait a few more years for this dragon emperor to level with that Feng clan. If anyone dares to insult my dragon subduing school's disciples, annihilate their entire family. Long Shui clamored. He was just a Dan king who had just said through the 9 nirvana tribulations. Li Baojuan's one slap from his fan was enough to kill him, so he didn't dare to stay any longer. A few days ago, Li Baojun had killed a few experts from the Feng clan, and today Li Baojun had killed another Dan king. Just like that, Yi Heng, the alliance head of the Dan alliance, left, causing many powers who hated the Dan alliance to feel relieved. Duan Kong's bold laughter had even spread throughout the entire Pill City. If you really have the ability, then go attack the dragon subduing school's headquarters. What kind of hero was beating someone's shop? Furthermore, they have not even fought yet, and their heads have already been chopped off. Duan Kong laughed. As long as he had the chance, he would never give up ridiculing these traitors. Duan Kong, where is your grandnephew? Your Duan clan has always only been a tomb robber, but you will never destroy the tombs of others. However, not only did your grandson Duan Sanchong dig out all of our ancestors' tombs, he even allowed the entire mausoleum to destroy them. This was the voice of the flying immortal schooless Wu Su. Duan Sanchong, who was inside the Pill City, cursed in his heart. He did not even get a hair on his head. It was all because of his grandfather. This kid really broke our Duan clan's rules. He was missing in terms of theft, so we've decided to kick him out of the Duan clan. If you catch him in the future, we'll deal with him this way. Duan Kong let out a long sigh. Although Duan Sanchong had done a good job, he had to follow the teachings of his ancestors, and the Duan clan had dealt with many outstanding grave, robbing eccentrics in this manner over the years. However, he was not worried about Duan Sanchong. Duan Kong chuckled. "Oh right, Wu Su, have you found the one who was teasing your son? Although your son went to wars, H-I+P with the big black pig, it's fortunate that your son hasn't gotten married to that big black pig. Otherwise..." "Shut up." Wu Su was furious. Her voice was like thunder, shaking the entire Pill City. This kind of gossip was something many people loved to hear. There were even rumors that Wu Su's son had already gone into bed with the big black pig. Yi Heng, who had just left not long ago, had returned with many Dan King following behind him. Li Baojun had just kept the Kylan fan, and now he took it out immediately. "Are you tired of living? Didn't you hear what I just said? We are here to collect the land. You can recycle the land that we bought. You should know the price of the land that we bought. Don't mess with me. I don't have time to play with you." Li Baojun and Chen Xiang had predicted that something like this would happen. "Here is the 1 trillion spar." Just as Yi Heng finished speaking, Li Baojun snorted in anger. "Just dragon subduing Dan Hall alone is not enough, and furthermore, we have bought a large piece of land. Haven't you heard it clearly? 100 times the current value." Li Baojun said loudly. It was only because the dragon subduing Dan Hall was here that it was expensive. What was the value of this place if the dragon subduing Dan Hall moved away? This piece of land is at least worth 100 billion. If our dragon subduing Dan Hall continues to stay here. If we buy land, we can definitely sell it for this price. If you take it back, it will be worth at least 1 trillion. Or else don't even think about it. Li Baojun held onto the Kylan fan tightly. His face was filled with anger. If dragons subduing Dan Hall continue to stay here, then there would be no hope of making any more money from Dan Alliance's large-scale medicine store. Therefore, they were all communicating with their consciousness right now, discussing whether or not to give Li Baojun 10 billion. If dragons subduing Dan Hall continued to stay here, then there would be no hope of making any more money from Dan Alliance's large-scale medicine store. Therefore, they were all communicating with their consciousness right now, discussing whether or not to give Li Baojun 10 billion. 1 trillion was a large number, but if all the forces were to gather all of them, it wouldn't put a huge amount of pressure on them. After a short while, another group of people arrived. These people were the representatives of the powers in the Dan Alliance, and many of the pill shops here wished to expel the dragon subduing Dan Hall, so they were willing to offer a set of spar. After waiting for no longer, Li Baojun collected 100,000 spar. What surprised everyone was that he remained calm, as if being chased away was not a big deal. They were not afraid of dragons subduing school, setting up a city on the side. It was because there was a rule that other people could not build a city near other people's city. Otherwise, they would be jointly sanctioned by many great powers. The evil dragon graveyard was not far from here, where they could build a city. However, the Dan Alliance was not worried. They felt that the attraction of the dragon subduing school was only for a small portion of people, and they felt that the dragon subduing school could not support a large amount of cheap pills with his own strength. Of course, the other forces would not open their shops in dragon subduing school, because Dan Alliance did not allow this to happen. Dan Alliance was only in a hurry to recover, because he was worried that dragons subduing Dan Hall would change the central region of Pill City. It was because it was a very humiliating thing. They thought that dragons subduing Dan Hall's pills would only be able to sustain him for a short period of time, and during this period of time, it was possible that dragons subduing Dan Hall would become the most prosperous place in Pill City. Li Baojun packed up the things inside the dragons subduing Dan Hall and left, while Duan Sanchong, Yan Yanran, and Lan Lan continued to hide within Pill City. Qin Xiang had already made a plan long ago. He was currently returning to the evil dragon graveyard to see what those Earth's core race people had done to create the dragon subduing school. The evil dragon graveyard was enveloped by a giant black dragon, and because of that, the entire dragon vein was protected, making it difficult for other people to take a step into it. Even if one wanted to use their consciousness to explore, they would be counterattacked by this giant black dragon's mysterious and powerful strength. Qin Xiang entered the black mist and arrived at the center of the evil dragon graveyard. What surprised him was that in just a few months, this central region had undergone a tremendous change. Here, a city was built. The walls of the entire city were actually 2 huge black dragons. The dragon's height was 200 meters, the black scales shone, and a strange power circulated around them. 2 domineering dragon heads opened their huge mouths, facing the front of the city gate. One could see that there was something inside the dragon's mouth, as if it could condense a strong power and then shoot it out. The city gate was shut tight, but when Qin Xiang walked to the bottom of the city gate, the black door opened and all the simple and elegant houses entered his eyes. Standing at the entrance to the city, he looked out into the distance along a straight stone path, and a majestic aura immediately assaulted his senses. In front of the palace was a towering, enormous palace, and in front of the palace were 2 huge stone pillars with a golden dragon coiled around it. At that time, Qin Xiang did not say how the construction was planned, because he knew that the ancestors of the Earth's core race were actually the subordinates of the 10 Heavens Supreme Lord, responsible for mining spar S and constructing houses. He did not expect them to be so powerful. He guessed that the entire Earth's core race had already been mobilized and was Russ. Plussing the work at night. Qin Xiang did not find anyone from the Earth's core race here. He came to the grand and majestic building and found a relatively large palace. There was a hole in the middle of the a Sias Hall, which could be used to open up the dragon vein below. In a large hall at the side, There was also a transmission array that could be used to teleport people to the bottom. When Chen Xiang arrived at the bottom of the dragon vein, he saw that the people of Earth's core race were very relaxed in mining the spar. To them, this was as simple as playing with sand. Seeing Chen Xiang coming over, Tai Li walked over with a smile. "Leader, I remember that you mentioned that you want to establish a sect called Dragon Subduing School. So we did it like this. It's basically done, but it's a bit less lively here. You have to get some flowers, plants, and trees in. There are still many places to plant them. When that time comes, we don't need to use black fog to cover the entire place." Qin Xiang praised, "Elder Tai, your Earth's core race is so awesome that it gave me a big shock." Tai Li laughed. "This is nothing. We have been staying downstairs for a long time, and it is rare for us to have something to do. So everyone is working hard. The Dragon Subduing School above can hold around 200,000 to 300,000 people, and the elite soldiers of the 10 Heavens Supreme Lord back then were around this number." Qin Xiang asked, "Did you all do this? How long has it been? And the materials used are all very good. The building materials were all taken from the Earth's core. The rocks underneath were very strong, and we've dug many tunnels over the years to store the rocks into bricks, so it's very convenient to use them when needed." Tai Li brought Chen Xiang to his residence. Chen Xiang realized that the Earth's core race was not only good at mining, they also had some attainments in construction, forging, and setting up arrays. For example, they knew how to set up transmission array S, which was very ancient in nature. When the Earth's core race followed the 10 Heavens Supreme Lord back then, it was extremely important. It could be said that the 10 Heavens Supreme Lord didn't have this group of people and wouldn't have become an emperor. That was why the Earth's core race was cursed, just like the Duan clan. As loyal subordinates of the 10 Heavens Supreme Lord, they were still able to pass S on their legacy. From this, it could be seen that their strength was extraordinary, and there were even quite a few people in the Earth's core race. Tai Li had long ago said that he would serve Qin Xiang, and now he also called Qin Xiang leader, Master Elder of Dragon Subduing School, and Earth's core race was considered the first batch of disciples since the creation of Qin Xiang's Dragon Subduing School. "Elder Iron, is there any way to rid your Earth's core race of its curse?" Chen Xiang couldn't help but sigh for the Earth's core race whenever he thought of the curses they had suffered for all these years. "Only by reaching the 10 Heavens Supreme Lord can we do that, but we firmly believe that you can do it. We tenaciously survived because we were waiting for that rule," Tai Li said. Qin Xiang nodded his head. "One day, I will bring you all back to see the light of day." Afterwards, Chen Xiang and Tai Li discussed about creating a dragon-subduing city near the evil dragon graveyard. Tai Li wasn't happy if he heard this, because they felt bored mining Spar S all day, and didn't even need to go to these Spar S for now, so they couldn't eat that much. Furthermore, some of the buildings that they had planned for so many years could appear in the sunlight. After Qin Xiang left the evil dragon graveyard, he went to find Li Baojun and the others and brought them outside the evil dragon graveyard. After Qin Xiang left the evil dragon graveyard, he went to find Li Baojun and the others and brought them outside the evil dragon graveyard. "Leader, are you sure that nothing will happen if we enter?" Duan Sanchong asked because Chen Xiang wanted to take them to see the dragon subduing school inside. Lan Lan saw the terrifying, gigantic black dragon from afar and couldn't help but to shake Yan Yanran's hand. Yanran did the same as well, feeling the terrifying evil qi that the black dragon released and feeling a chill down their spines. Let alone them. Even an expert like Li Baojun was scared witless by the black dragon's eyes, so when they heard that they needed to enter this terrifying place, they were a little nervous. It was not that they did not trust Qin Xiang, but the evil dragon graveyard was too terrifying. "Don't worry, although I am not able to completely control the power of this evil dragon graveyard, there's no problem at all when I bring you all in safely." Qin Xiang laughed and touched Lan Lan's delicate face, which was filled with fear. Just like that, the four of them followed behind Qin Xiang. fearfully walking towards the evil dragon graveyard. They mustered up their courage and stepped into the black houses. But upon entering, they realized that the dense and black evil chi was like a door that opened, revealing a bright path. This made the four of them feel more at ease. When they walked out of the tunnel, they immediately saw the shocking city walls. 2 gigantic black dragons were crawling on the ground, surrounding a city. 2 gigantic dragon heads that were over 200 feet tall were facing them. Their mouths were wide open, bearing their fangs that were like small hills. For huge eyes that were like blood suns, flickering with an evil red light, it made people's hearts tremble. The door opened automatically, and Li Baojun and the other 3 were so shocked that they couldn't speak. They walked forward stiffly, following closely behind Qin Xiang, until they arrived in front of the door. The door automatically opened, and when Yan Yanran and Lan Lan saw the countless of buildings inside, they covered their mouths at the same time and exclaimed in shock. Duan Sanchong shouted loudly, "This was originally there, or was it built by you recently?" Duan Sanchong felt that it was impossible to ask. How could they build such a city in such a short period of time? Although the city was big, there were many places that were not used for living, such as training, teaching, martial arts compet, one tie-in, etc. This was just recently built. I was also shocked when I first saw it. This is directly above the dragon vein, and deep below us is a huge dragon made of spar. Because there are a few friends below us that do not want to accept too many strangers for the time being. We'll introduce you guys to them next time. Qin Xiang said. Duan Sanchong's eyes suddenly became round, and he exclaimed, "Could it be that Iron Lion army?" The Iron Lion army? Just thinking about it, Qin Xiang could already guess that Duan Sanchong was talking about Earth's core race, and that Ten Heaven's Supreme Lord was a lion. That kind of address he had given Earth's core race at that time wasn't anything unusual. It was indeed a very domineering name. I didn't expect them to have inherited it, and it's still under here. If it's them, then it's not surprising at all. Duan Sanchong clearly understood the situation in the Earth's core race very well. Qin Xiang nodded his head. They have received a curse. They cannot be exposed to the sunlight. AI. Duan Sanchong just let out a long sigh and didn't say anything more. What is the Iron Lion army? Lan Lan asked curiously. Back then, the army of the Ten Heavens Supreme Lord and the various major cities were turned into an iron strike by the army of Od, and they were the hidden main force of the Ten Heavens Supreme Lord in their campaign against the 9 heavens and 10 earth. Duan Sanchong said with a face full of wars. Hi+P. He had heard of these legends since he was young. Bathing in the sunlight, the central dragon, subduing school of the evil dragon graveyard appeared even more vigorous and magnificent. It was just that she lacked a bit of life force. There would definitely be something in the future. There's only as few elders in such a big place. We'll have to put in a lot of effort to make this place more lively. As an elder of the dragon's subduing school, she had to work hard or else she would not be able to follow Qin Xiang's footsteps in the future. At this time, everyone had such a feeling, which made them make a painful decision. They had to work hard to improve themselves, otherwise they would not be able to match this dragon subduing school elder's ident. One tie, I will have them build a city in the vicinity. That will be the dragon subduing city, and then we will use the dragon subduing city to recruit disciples. This will take a long time, and it's not urgent at all. This place will definitely become the most fleuries. Plussing place in the 9 heavens and 10 HELLS. Qin Xiang's voice was filled with confidence. Walking out of the evil dragon graveyard, Li Baojun and the others saw Qin Xiang controlling some of the black qi to leak out of the evil dragon graveyard, enveloping a large area. The black qi was leaked from the evil dragon graveyard, but it was still terrifying. We want to liven up the entire dragon subduing city before the 3 realms talk and then partic. 1. 8 in the 3 realms talk and show off our strength. Yanran and Lan Lan. You too must make the best use of your time to raise your strength. If you have time, go and investigate the powers in the Dan Alliance, investigate the factions that are extremely dissatisfied with them, investigate the enemies of the ancient powers, and investigate the important figures of the Feng clan. Changzi, if it's possible. Contact your great-uncle to see if they have any thoughts of joining us. Elderly, try your best to recruit as many as possible. It's fine even if the conditions are higher. I will let the people from Dan Fragrance Pure Land contact you, and let them exchange their experiences in managing the medicine industry. Chun Xiang looked into the distance and continued, I will make a trip back to the Chun Martial continent. We have simply too few people. After that, everyone went to do their own stuff, while Qin Xiang went to the bottom of the dragon vein to tell them that he had already drawn up the area, giving them the detailed directions. He even made a path for them in the black mist inside the evil dragon graveyard, telling them to go to the place where he wanted to establish the dragon subduing city. There were many major events that happened in Pill City, and most of them were related to Qin Xiang. The matters concerning dragon subduing Dan Hall was also the same, but many people did not know about it. The Dan Alliance once again took control of Pill City's business, controlling the rise in the price of the pills to a steady pace. Furthermore, the price of the pills had generally risen, all for the sake of Erplines. Plussing the 1 trillion spars. Although Pill City was full of complaints, there was no helping it. The pill shops in Pill City had all united together to raise the price. It was difficult for the small medicine shop to compete against those large forces for the same high price. However, for the sake of quickly getting back that 10 billion yuan, many small medicine stores had to raise the price, and many businesses had to be concentrated in the hands of these large forces. This was his chance. If the dragon subduing city was successfully constructed, he had the confidence to attract many people to the city, and even to the small forces that had joined the Dan Alliance to withdraw from the alliance. He used the transmission array of Pill City to come to Super Martial School. Yun Xiaodao and the others were all good seedlings. After joining the dragon subduing school, they had the cultivation method of the medicinal pellets that Li Baojun provided them. The most important thing was that Yun Xiaodao was worthy of his trust. Given his current situation, it would be difficult for him to find anyone that was worthy of his trust. So he had no choice but to take the risk of being scolded by Gu Dongqin and dig his own grave.